All right, we're live.
Okay. Good evening. Welcome to the meeting of the San Ramon Planning Commission for Tuesday, October 20th, 2020. Before we start, our Assistant City Attorney would like to impart some words of wisdom about teleconferencing of this meeting.
Thank you, Chair Wallace. Prior to roll call, I would like to make clear for the record of this meeting, and it should be reflected in the minutes, that the governor has issued executive orders relaxing the requirements pertaining to remote meetings under the Brown Act. The executive orders authorize this planning commission to hold public meetings by teleconference during the COVID-19 crisis. I previously went over the specific provisions of the Brown Act that has been temporarily amended or suspended in order to allow for this meeting to take place by teleconference, and this meeting will comply with all such provisions. Madam Recording Secretary, it would now be appropriate for you to conduct roll call, after which I would ask the chair to recognize me in order to confirm certain matters for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, roll call. Commissioner Alpert.
Here.
Commissioner Frank.
Here.
Commissioner Marks.
Here.
Vice Chair Kuznick.
Here.
And Chair Wallace.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do recognize our Assistant City Attorney, Ms. Poon. I think she has some more to say to us.
Thank you, Chair Wallace. I would now like to ask the chair, the vice chair, and the other commission members 3 questions, and rather than ask you to respond separately to these questions, I'll ask all 3, and if the answer is no to any one of them, please indicate by physically raising your hand. Question number 1, can you hear me well? Question number 2, have you been able to hear our proceedings up until now? Question number 3, were you able to hear all of your fellow commissioners clearly as they responded to roll call? If the answers to any of these questions is no, please respond by physically raising your hand. Okay. Seeing no one raise their hand, the record should reflect that all commission members have indicated they are able to hear each other and these proceedings clearly. I would next request that any commission members speak up at this time if you have reason to believe that anyone representing themselves to be planning commissioner is not who they say they are. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that no commission member has expressed doubt that each and every commission member participating by teleconference is in fact the commission member they are representing themselves to be. And finally, I would like to advise the chair and commission members and the recording secretary that any votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting must be taken by roll call. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Poon. Ms. Chavez, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item number 4 is public comment. Ms. Chavez, could you advise the audience of the terms and conditions of public comment at this point?
Sure. If you wish to speak under public comment, you may click the raise your hand button on your computer or *9 on your telephone to request to speak. You will be unmuted when it is your turn to make your comment for up to 3 minutes. After the allotted time, you will be remuted. At this time, those who wish to address the Planning Commission on any item not already included in tonight's agenda can do so now. All right, so we do have one hand raised over here. Oh, and it's gone. Okay, again, if you would like to speak, feel free to raise your hand or press *9 on your computer. And I don't see any speakers.
Do we have any written public comments that do not pertain to matters on the agenda for tonight for public hearing?
No, we do not.
Okay, we'll proceed then. Item number 5 Additions and revisions, we have none. Item 6, the consent calendar, we have no items. Item number 7.1 is approval of the meeting minutes from the October 6, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Do we have any comments, changes, corrections, or additions to the minutes? Seeing no heads bobbing up and down, could I have a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Chair Wallace, I will move approval of the minutes from the October 6th Planning Commission meeting.
Do I have a second?
I will second that motion.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to approve the minutes from the October 6, 2020 meeting. Could we have a roll call, please, Ms. Chavez?
Absolutely. So we had mover, Commissioner Alpert,
Aye.
seconder, Vice Chair Kuznick,
Aye.
Commissioner Frank,
Aye.
Commissioner Marks,
I think Commissioner Marks is still muted.
Aye.
thank you. And we have Chair Wallace.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 7.1 passes.
Thank you. Item number 8, continued items after closing a public hearing. We have none. Item number 9, continued items, open public hearing. Item number 9.1 is a hearing on the Bridges Golf Club Deck Edition application. We have a staff report from Ryan Driscoll. Mr. Driscoll, you have the floor.
Good evening, Chair Wallace and Planning Commissioners. So this is the Bridges Golf Club Deck Edition project located at 9000 South Gale Ridge Road. This was previously reviewed by the Planning Commission at the September 15th, 2020 meeting at a public hearing. And upon receiving public comment, the Commission continued the project as an open public hearing to the October 20th, 2020 meeting tonight, and also requested the applicant address the Commission's comments provided. The applicant was unable to provide a response to the Commission's comments before the deadline required for staff to prepare the staff report for tonight's meeting. However, the applicant continues to work on preparing a response. And so as a result, staff requests and recommends the Planning Commission receive the staff report, continue the open public hearing, take public testimony, and continue the open public hearing to the November 17th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting for continued review of the proposed project.
Okay, before we open up public comment, do we have a request from the applicant to speak tonight? Seeing no hands raised, heads bobbed up and down. Let me open the public hearing on item 9.1.
Through the chair, the applicant has raised his hand.
Sorry, didn't see that. Okay. Well, let me.
Let me go ahead and, is it John, or I also have Derek? I think it's John if I remember correctly.
John, yes.
Okay, let me promote him real quick.
Okay.
So he should be able to go ahead and speak when he's ready. Hi, John, can you hear us?
You need to unmute yourself. There we
Can
go.
you hear me?
Now we can.
Sorry about that. Hello, I'm John Mafara. I work for Yada Group, and I'm the architect and in charge of development for the company. We have a number of team members on the line, but we're honored and we appreciate the opportunity to present, this project. We've had a good community meeting. A lot of participants. We sent over 900 invitations. We had about 28 people on a Zoom call. We set up a website that was interactive where people could upload early questions before the meeting. We responded to those questions during the meeting. We had a good presentation and we had a good exchange of comments and concerns between the community members, guests, and club members. And, they got to know the owner, speak to him one-on-one with the owner and the director of operations and myself. And it was a good exchange. And the design is continuing to be massaged to accommodate some of the concerns that were made. And we're working strongly with the HOA board members. And we're taking into account some recommendations that were made during the meeting to increase transparency and make the operations team more available to, or direct availability to the community members. So it was a good exchange. We massaged the design a little bit to accommodate reducing the pavilion deck area, open area, redesigning the pavilion reception hall to accommodate 2 venues, and relocated and created a lobby and relocated the restrooms. The deck for the restaurant remained the same, and the ceremony pavilion remained the same as well. Part of the adjustments into the design was to relocate the dumpster location and reevaluate the parking lot, main parking lot, to accommodate some additional parking spaces. We developed a parking procedure plan, a valet procedure plan, and we feel strongly that we're responding and we have a good design moving forward. Look forward to presenting this on November 17th. We were working diligently to get the proposal completed, in order for Ryan and his staff to meet the deadline and for him to prepare the report for today. We just, we fell short, and we felt that, let's not rush it. Let's give the public, additional time to review and make comments. And let's just make sure that we're well prepared for the November 17th meeting. I sent a final 90% draft to Ryan and his staff to do a final review before we do a hard copy submittal. The objective here in reducing the open space for the pavilion was to minimize opportunity for outdoor receptions and increase the reception venue to accommodate 2 smaller venues or events, and to make sure that all entertainment as it is today is kept inside. And that's it. Just appreciate the opportunity.
Does any of the commissioners have any questions of the applicant at this time before we open it up to the public? I see no. Okay. Ms. Chavez, do we have any? Oh, sorry, Ms. Kuznick.
Yeah.
There you go.
Great. Have you addressed the concerns about going until 2 a.m. with the residents and that issue?
Yeah, that was brought up during the community meeting and obviously during the last open session as well. Our current time to operate is 2 a.m. and it has been for quite some time, or since the inception of the club. We in maneuvering some of the parts, we accommodated one. It improves our operation where we're able to hold all the events at the reception venue, and then enabling us to operate the restaurant in its totality without any interruption. The time for the restaurant will be terminated at 12 midnight. The last service will be at 10 p.m. But the reception pavilion will remain at 2 a.m. And then we will just strongly enforce the requirements by the code to have all of the entertainment held inside as it is today, and to make sure that the volume of that entertainment doesn't extend beyond a certain dimension per the code. We need the 2 a.m. Cutoff time in order to enable us to stagger events, the starting times of the events, and give the guests who rent the venue an opportunity to have some flexibility in terms of their time of their venue or events. So it is critical to our operation, and we feel strongly that that it is important, even though we will work towards maintaining the proper noise levels down and within the code, and to make sure that the community is not hindered in any way.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners at this time? I see sideways, not up and down. Okay. Ms. Chavez, do we have any hands raised for public comment on the oral side?
We do have a couple. However, I'd like to start with some written link communication that we received on this item. So from Steve Merritt, who is in opposition to the project, as well as from Bumil Shah in opposition to the project, citing impact on quality of life due to traffic, noise, and public nuisance. So those were the only two public comments, late written communication comments that we received on this item. All these comments have been provided to the Planning Commission in advance of tonight's meeting. And for anyone else wishing to speak on item 9.1, you may do so now by pressing the raise your hand button on your computer or *9 on your telephone. Okay, and then it looks like we have a couple of hands raised over here. So I'm just going to start from the top, and it looks like we have Derek. And Derek, I've gone ahead and allowed you to talk. So whenever you're ready.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Sorry, I'm trying to still drive home, but wanted to also reinforce the opposition for this. I would say that it would be great if I could have the board read or listen to the call that we did have that was recommended. It was brought up in the last meeting that have you asked the HOA? And the answer that night was yes, by I don't remember who, but actually it was never brought up by the HOA. I received a letter in the mail and actually notified the HOA, who mentioned to me they knew nothing about the last meeting. So I was very appreciative that you gave us that opportunity for having them reach out to us and to call us. I would love it if you guys could listen to that presentation so you could hear the dialogue of the concerns of all the neighbors. And I think, again, the focus is the quality of life. Is this fitting for the environment that we reside in, with the noise, the parking conditions, the potential for just a group of people? I think at the end of the night, the hard part that we tried to drive out of them was the occupancy, out of all, especially out of the owner, who kept giving us different numbers in regards to how much the occupancy could be. And, well, this isn't going to be open at the same time. This isn't going to run at the same time. And we kept saying, well, what is the maximum people that you can have at one of these events? But for me, I don't feel that it fits the neighborhood. I already hear their music when before COVID hit. I could hear it with their doors closed, if they were closed, from my property. And I could hear the songs. I can hear the DJs talking. I can hear the people screaming. And to have that go till 2 o'clock in the morning just seems non-fitting for the neighborhood. And in addition, they continue to, and I'll say it again, is they have their leaf blowers going at 5 to 5:30 in the morning for 2 to 3 hours every morning, 7 days a week. And they're not listening to the codes of the of the city by not running those kind of machines until 8 a.m. So for me to believe that they're going to be accommodating for no music, no DJ, and they're going to stay inside, I tend not to believe it. So I'm definitely opposing for them. So I thank you for your time and hope that you will not offer this to them. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. Okay, let me go ahead and move on to our next public comments. We have Aparna. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Aparna Madhareddy, 23-year San Ramon resident, chair of the Open Space Advisory Committee. My request is I tried to join the meeting on October 1st and I was not given access to listen in, even though I had the Zoom link. I want to hear what was said, so I didn't even get the recording. So if that can be made available for other residents as well, that would be very helpful. And whenever you do the next meeting with residents, I would like to receive the Zoom link as well so I can participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like that's all for our public speakers. We could give them another moment if there's anyone else who wants to chime in real quick. And I do have one more. I'll go ahead and through the chair, I'll go ahead and just allow them to talk. Boomil Shah, you can speak whenever you're ready.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to reiterate, this is happening in the middle of a pandemic, and it's very hard for us to, as residents, to convene. The notice of this expansion and building an event center was not given to the HOA. We thank you for the planning commission to having the owners come and meet us, but it was on an evening when people are trying to juggling their work and kids. So only a handful of us were able to join the meeting, and even amongst those, I think there were over 20 to 30 concerns raised. But the rest of the community has not even had a chance to see the video of that meeting, as well as it's hard for us to convene. So in addition to all the concerns we have about the public nuisance and the noise, and does it truly belong in a neighborhood like this? Does an event center, does this belong more towards a freeway near the city center? In addition to that is the timing, because we don't have the time to group together and plan. And so this needs to be put on hold until we get enough, we can actually, the social distancing is not in place, and we can actually group together and as a neighborhood decide, does this truly belong where our kids go out biking? Our elders are trying to get some sleep in the night, or does this belong in a more urban setting?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others raising their hands for public comment?
I don't see any on my end here. It looks like that might be all for this evening.
Okay, going once, going twice. Close the public comment. Mr. Mafara, do you want to add anything, bearing in mind that you asked us to continue the hearing to November 17th?
No, I thank you for the opportunity. We sent out over 900 invitations, and we got an ample response. I apologize if the one person didn't have a chance to join the meeting for whatever technical reasons. But we are working with the community, the HOA, and we are taking into consideration some recommendations that were made. We're going to be providing them with a direct number in case there are any issues that they could contact us directly with an appointed person. And we are setting up meetings with the HOA on a regular basis. And the recordings will be uploaded to our website that we created, along with all of the questions and responses that we went over during the meeting. It's all going to come together well. The parking procedures look good. We got preliminary approval from the fire department, and looking forward to finalizing the presentation and presenting it to you at the next meeting.
Thank you. And, speaking of the next meeting, staff has asked us to continue the hearing on the Bridges application to November 17th. Can I have a motion to do that, please?
I will move to continue this matter to the November 17, 2020 meeting.
Do I have a second?
Chair Wallace, I will move to continue this to the November 17th meeting. I will second.
The motion has been made and seconded to continue the public hearing on the Bridges Golf Course application to November 17th. Ms. Chavez, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes, no problem. We have mover, Commissioner Frank,
Aye.
Commissioner Seconder, Commissioner Alpert,
Aye.
Commissioner Marks. Still muted.
Aye.
Thank
Aye.
you. And we have Vice Chair Kuznick
Aye.
and Chair Wallace.
Aye.
Okay, item 9.1 passes to continue the item to November 17th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 9.2 is the CITYWALK Development Agreement hearing. Before we start, I want to outline for the commissioners and staff how I'd like to run the meeting on this particular item, which is essentially what we did last time. First, I'd like to have the staff report. Second, I would like to open the floor to the applicant to make any comments. Third, I will then open the meeting for public comment. After that, I will close the public hearing, and then we can have cross-examination of staff and the applicant by the commissioners. And then we can have a discussion by the commissioners. And at that point, I'm going to ask for not quite a roll call vote, but a sense of the commission, whether they want to go ahead and consider the resolution that staff has tendered, because if the majority of commissioners are not in favor of approving the resolution, that makes no sense to actually have a discussion. But I'll reserve judgment on that in case we have some people sitting on the fence. So let's start out on item 9.2 with our staff presentation.
Thank you. Let me bring up my screen, and Jen, when I'm done, will you promote Jerry Engen and Patricia Curtin for me?
Yes, no problem. I'm actually promoting them right now, so they're ready.
Thank you. PowerPoint's been a little quirky today, so bear with me. There we go. Well, good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. We're back tonight to respond to the questions that you raised at your October 6th meeting. So we'll begin. And so just a quick reminder, since if we had forgotten since 2 weeks ago, the project consists of 4,500 units, a hotel, commercial, parking structures, 40 acres of park, about 27 years. Just a reminder of the CITYWALK master plan. As we discussed last time, that California state law allows for cities to enter into development agreements to eliminate the lack of certainty in the approval of development projects. They're a contractual arrangement, meaning the DA is intended to benefit both parties. Development agreements provide the assurance the applicants, upon approval of the project, may proceed with the project in accordance with the existing policy, rules, and regulations in the time in effect at the time of approval. It locks in the city impact fees for the term of that agreement. In exchange for entering into the agreement, cities can negotiate additional community-wide benefit, as we've been discussing with this DA. And these are extremely common for large-scale master plan projects that have a very long construction timeframe. So to reiterate, the negotiators for the agreements were the city manager, the city attorney, and myself. Our approach to the negotiations were to, project, additional community benefits that could be achieved, and orderly development of the project over the course of the 25 years. And as we discussed last time, all three agreements are virtually identical.
Ms. Chamberlain, you're breaking up, so we're missing some of your comments.
Yeah, I think it's the internet connection. Unfortunately, I'll try and just chime in if you can't hear me. I appreciate that. And so the main difference is the development agreement for parcel 3A, because it does not apply to the hotel site, and it commits the developer to construct a 200 square foot police substation. So I wanted to kind of go over the role of the Planning Commission in reviewing development agreements. So the Planning Commission's sole discretion is to review to determine compliance with the general plan. So do the agreements further the elements and the policy of the general plan? Specifically, I identified the economic element, which really focuses on implementing the CITYWALK approval and really bringing forward that city center vision from 1989. And then also do the agreements for the goals of the park and recreations element. And, as we've been discussing, assist in implementing the parks, trails, and open space master plan. It is the city council's role to determine if the agreements benefit the city. And so in your resolution tonight, we provided 6 findings. The first 3 findings relate to the general plan compliance, and the 4 through 6 really relate to the city council action. So the commission has 2 options if they consider the resolution tonight. The one is the commission may take action on the expanded findings contained in the resolution as a recommendation to the city council, or the commission may strike the findings number 4 through 6 and include only those findings number 1 through 3, which focus on the general plan compliance. So this is just the staff report discusses each of these points, and I'll be going over them tonight along with some of the other comments raised. So overall, the themes from the last meeting were acknowledging the value of entering into the agreements, which the commission did. Whoops, I'm sorry. Concerns regarding the proposed park credit and fee payment, the land acquisition cost and construction cost assumptions, and the Kaiser Marston study should be updated. Include an inflationary factor with the offsite construction cost. Do not include the land value as part of the credit, and the maintenance costs should be acknowledged. So to respond, so the next couple slides focus on the general plan compliance, and you all received the letter from Greenfire Law, and this really touches on their comment. I believe it was 2C in their letter. So as I'm presenting these items, it also is responding to the one general plan discussion in their letter that they provided. So the parks must be a minimum of 2 acres to comply with the general plan, was a comment from the commission. The CITYWALK provides an urban infill design compared to our traditional city developed parks. It's a new and unique opportunity for us, and it's supported by general plan policy 6I-2, which really speaks to providing a variety of community parks and recreational opportunities accessible to all residents. So it may not be our traditional park that we have out in Doherty Valley or South San Ramon, but they react to the new infill urban design that we are seeing in CITYWALK and will be seen within the city in the future. Should parks less than 2 acres in size receive park credit? The general plan policy 65I-3 states as follows: maintain a minimum of 2 acres in size for neighborhood parks. The supporting text below the policy speaks to discouraging city maintained parks less than 2 acres in size. The CITYWALK, the parks will be publicly accessible, but they will be privately owned and maintained and are not a mandate of the city to maintain. And so based on this, they may receive park credit. Granting parkland dedication credit for private parks is inconsistent with city policy. So there's general plan policy 65I-19 has a lot to it, and it really speaks to where appropriate required development to provide public spaces to enhance the recreational and leisure opportunities for our residents and visitors for passive or active uses. So public spaces, meaning they're publicly dedicated, may include such items as water elements, public art, gardens, paths, trails, picnic areas, top parks, pocket parks, tennis courts, and hardscape and landscape. The policy further provides that the city may allow partial or full parkland credit, parkland dedication for these type of public spaces. So when we talk about publicly owned, Sunset is providing a public easement over the properties to ensure public access is maintained in perpetuity, meeting the spirit and intent of this public space, publicly owned requirement. And you can find that commitment in the development agreement in section 9.1b. So based on the above, the city does have the discretion to give credit for parks less than 2 acres in size. And can credit be provided for the lakes? So looking back on our policy 65I-4, it speaks to providing those passive and active recreational amenities within the city parks to meet the needs of citizens of all ages and interest. The supporting text really speaks to it's important to provide these recreational opportunities for athletics and sports teams, but also for the passive activities such as picnicking and walking. The lakes provide a natural setting and unique opportunity for these passive activities such as the walking, boating, and fishing that the commission has been discussing as uses for the lake. So based on the above, the city does have the discretion to give full or partial credit for the lakes. Will a funding mechanism for the park maintenance be required? The conditions of approval and the development agreement requires the funding mechanism to be formed if expenditures exceed the revenues of the project. The financial analysis completed does indicate a net positive revenue to the city at build out, and city maintenance costs would be derived from the net positive revenues. However, if at the project completion, the final fiscal and impact analysis determines there's negative revenue or anytime during project construction, the city would require that revenue be offset by the formation of a funding mechanism. So moving on, so when we talk about the CITYWALK parks, we've been discussing the 40.35 acres with 10.5 acres in the parkway, which is comprises a portion of the walking district, the 22 plus acres in the lakes, and the 2.35 for the city green, and then 5 acres spread over 5 parks throughout the development. As we've discussed previously, Sunset is requesting park acreage credit to offset the fee obligation. Sunset may elect to fulfill their obligation by solely paying the $49.3 million fee. If Sunset elects to pay the fee in full, the city cannot require additional public parkland dedication or park construction in CITYWALK. Sunset is only required to mitigate for their impact. We cannot require additional mitigation for deficit, and we cannot require additional mitigation to offset future cost. So just the diagram, the CITYWALK parks, I know we've all seen it a number of times, but it also breaks up all the text in the presentation. And so one comment from the commission is that they felt, I'm sorry, let me back up a bit, I'm sorry. So this is a revised park credit and fee proposal that has been discussed between Sunset and the city. So Sunset has returned and they have decreased the credit from 48 to 43%. For a reduction in value from 36.7 million to 33.1. And the credit for the parks is proposed as follows: 100% for the city green and the parkway, 50% for the lakes, and 25% for the neighborhood parks. The land value has been retained. CITYWALK parks will have an easement or other mechanism to ensure public access in perpetuity. Also, one of the things we considered was the land value is reduced since it no longer will be available for private development. The city must provide compensation for public access over private land. We gave no credit for maintenance costs and no credit was given for insurance and liability costs. So Sunset will have the burden of the maintenance cost and the insurance and liability cost. And additionally, Sunset has proposed to increase their construction of offsite parks from 8.8 million to 10.4. This does include the cost of design, and they've added 3% for inflation every 5 years commencing with construction of CITYWALK. And the park credit has been decreased and the park fee increased by $2 million from 6.1 for a total fee payment of 8.1 1.57, so $2 million increase there. So I just want to put together a chart after I threw all those numbers at you again this time. So the revised developer contribution shows the reduction in the value to 33.1, the increase in the offsite park construction cost of 10.4, and the park and recreation facilities fee payment of 8.1 for a total contribution of 51.6. On our right, the developer contribution without the agreements would be the $49 million in fee payment for a total contribution value of $49 million. So I want to talk a little bit about the benefits of the DA. We mentioned this kind of at the beginning of the presentation. Is the agreements provide the community-wide benefits or improvements and ensure the improvements are constructed in a specified time frame. Absent an agreement, improvements started by the city may take years to realize, because in this case, the amenity phasing schedule ties the amenities to construction of the units. So as a certain number of units come online, a park and CITYWALK comes online, or an off-site park comes online, such as the Woodlot or Henry Ranch. Absent this agreement, the parks and CITYWALK could come on much, much later in the process, putting a greater burden on our existing parks because those parks have not been constructed for their residents yet. Park funds are collected incrementally and deposited into the park fund account. So without the DA, those park funds are collected with the issuance of each building permit, and they go into our park fund, and they're used for citywide capital improvements to existing parks and construction of new parks. And as we all know, new parks do have a maintenance component, and we do need to maintain our current parks, our existing parks, for the use for our residents. So there is there's a balancing act that has to be done within the city to maintain our existing parks, but find a way to provide new parks for our residents. Park funds collected are not required to be committed to a specific project area. So the funds are collected citywide and will be spent at the discretion of the city council where they see fit for the construction or improvement of existing parks. And also just a note, CITYWALK is not the last residential project we're going to see in the city. There will be future residential projects that will contribute to the park fund to help facilitate the construction of the projects identified in the city's parks, trails, and open space master plan. So a comment from the commission was they like to see updated numbers from the Kaiser Marston impact fee study. And so the 2017 showed a land acquisition cost of $1.5 million roughly, and a cost to construct per acre of $329,000. So we spoke with Kaiser Marston, and they've updated the land acquisition cost for current dollars. It's about $1.77 million. And I got to give hats off to our public or engineering staff. They did this great little spreadsheet for me, allowing me to kind of figure out construction cost over time. And so in 2020, to construct a park similar to Henry Ranch and the Woodlot, our cost is about $331,000 per acre. And so based on the updated KMA cost, as we know by our parkland, we need 38.65 acres of additional parkland at build out. Based on the Kaiser Marston 5 acres, that would be about $81.3 million to construct. In contrast, the CITYWALK fee obligation is approximately $49.3 million. So there are a few other comments that the commission had, so I just want to kind of briefly run through these. They are in your staff report. Sunset has committed to constructing all affordable housing on site. At the last hearing, they committed to the construction of off-site parks being complete within 6 months after commencement of construction. We have updated section 5.3 of the agreements, and it proposes changes will be reviewed by the community development director and may not be reasonably withheld. And this is in response to if Sunset want to come in with phasing changes, the commission felt that if they want to change the phasing, then they could change the phasing, but they wanted checks and balance. So this does give the director the authority to approve those changes. But as we all know, within our zoning ordinance, the director can refer those up to the planning commission if they feel it's warranted. The parks will be open from dawn to dusk, consistent with our city standards for public parks. Park maintenance will be consistent with city standards. Sunset has committed to the Parks and Community Services Department review of the CITYWALK parks program and design. And the design of the CITYWALK parks is really going to be based on the Planning Commission and then readopted by the City Council, the CITYWALK design guidelines. And those were presented to the commission during their deliberations and reviewing the project, and the City Council as well. And Sunset is responsible for future CITYWALK capital improvements, and those also may be reviewed by the Parks and Community Services Department. So I wanted to have 3 slides that will kind of walk through kind of the benefits of the development agreement. I know we keep talking about this, but I wanted to kind of give you a little bit of snapshot of everything that we've been presenting. So executing the development agreement, we are provided with the 40.35 acres of privately maintained, publicly accessible parkland, and privately owned actually too. If no DA is authorized, the 40.35 acres may be privately held with no public access, including the city green and Annabelle Lake. As we've been discussing, the city would need to acquire and construct additional parkland to meet our general plan build out, which creates a situation where required affordable housing will be competing for parkland. As we've been discussing, you may have been reading, our arena allocations around 4,700 units right now. So as we start looking at our housing element update, we have to balance the needs of housing against the needs of finding additional parkland to meet our build-out projections. And increases to the park and recreation facilities fee, better fingers tonight. And then increases to the park and rec fee will be limited to vesting protections under state law. And additionally, with the DAs, the city's provided input on designing and programming the parks, including the city green and Lake Annabelle. Without it, there's no public access, so there'd be no input on design and program of those parks. Sunset will construct and maintain a significant portion of the walking district. Without, the walking district will be constructed at the city cost, including land acquisition and maintenance cost. Sunset is designing those and constructing those 3 off-site parks. If not, the city would have to fund, design, and construct the off-site parks. A benefit of the open space fee, it will be paid out at the 600 unit, which gives us that critical mass to go acquire additional open space in the city. And we can, we have funds coming in from the free of preserve development that can be used with those additional funds from CITYWALK to have a larger pool of money to look at some open space acquisitions or trail constructions. And so without the DA, those fees would trickle in over time. The execute DA would provide a police substation. Without, one may not be provided. The developer has offered, if Lake Annabelle Amphitheater is not constructed, they would provide additional contribution to the park fund. So without the DA, that park fund would not be, that park fund contribution would not be provided. As we discussed before, Sunset accepts the liability for the parks, and the future capital improvements are covered. And without the DA, those would not be possible. So I want to kind of touch again on the financial benefits of the DA. So my first bullet here really focused on the 2017, the original KMA numbers that they gave us. So the 76.5 million resulting in 43.4 million in value added for 40 acres of park. With the updated numbers for the 40 acres of parks, it's about 85 million, resulting in a $48 million value added to the city. Sunset's committed increased amount to 10.4 million for the offsite construction of parks, 8.15 million in park fees, 3.3 million accelerated open space fee payment. The annual park maintenance, as estimated by Sunset, about 500,000. And as we discussed, we will receive about $200,000 in construction sales tax annually. So just to reiterate on the commission's role for tonight. It's really to find compliance with the general plan based on the policies, goals, and elements of the general plan. It is the council's role to determine if the agreement benefits the city. And as I discussed previously, the action the commission may take with modifying the resolution in regards to the findings. With that, staff recommends you receive the staff report, accept public comment, discuss and deliberate, and adopt the resolutions recommending approval of the city council. So I have 3 minor changes. The term is 15 years, though it does say 25, but the dates are correct. So we need to replace 25 with 15. And then the automatic extension will be at the developer's option. And then Exhibit H, the current fee schedule was included, and that actually should be there vested in the fiscal year 1920 fee schedule. So we need to update that. And then I did notice that when we modified the park and lieu fee contribution, we didn't set a beginning fee. So the park fee will begin at $1,808 per unit, and over time will escalate for a total payment of the 8.157. And so that fee is escalated at 3% every year, but then adjusted every 5 years. And so with that, I'll take any questions. And I believe Jerry Engen has been promoted for a presentation.
Okay, at this point, I'd like to have Mr. Engen, if he wishes, to address the commission, at which point we will go into public comment. So Mr. Engen, your chance.
Great, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, good, thank you. Good evening, Chair Wallace and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Jerry Engen, Senior Vice President of Development and Construction for Sunset Development. Thank you again for the opportunity to present and discuss our revised proposal tonight. Our last meeting, I would say, was interesting. We had a lot of passion on both sides, but I think that shows how much we all care for the city. But I hope that you'll find that our revised proposal is responsive to your requests and questions. I trust you've been able to read our response to comments memo that was submitted as part of the staff packet, so I'll not go through those items in detail. I would like to just provide a summary of the salient points and respond to important topics raised during the last hearing. First, it is important to reiterate that in the 40 years we have been part of this community and partnering with the city on many issues, we have never proposed or asked for a one-sided or unfair deal. We have as much or more of a vested interest in making sure that this project is the best it can be for the city of San Ramon and Bishop Ranch. While both of us desire that the parks as described in the master plan get built and made open to the public, it is the negotiated development agreement that locks in and ensures this will happen. The conditions of approval is what governs the ultimate conformance with the master plan, and it is clear that our only obligation is to pay park impact fees with the option of an alternative approach through the development agreement. There was a statement made at the last hearing that because the master plan is already approved, that we would be obligated to build the parks even if we do not agree on the credit. However, as you've heard in the staff report, this development agreement is the only way to require us to build the parks, make them open to the public, and in addition, pay a portion of the park impact fee. It was abundantly clear from our last meeting that we were looking at this proposed park credit from different perspectives. I believe, however, that those differences in views were due in part to the complexity of this proposed credit and how it was presented. What also added to our differences were some facts around the interpretation of the general plan policies and questions that were not fully answered as part of our proposal during the hearing. I hope to improve on that tonight and also by the response memo that was submitted as part of the package. We know that the commission only wants what is fair for both parties. So let me summarize what we believe are the important facts, and then I'll review the revised proposal. First, some of the facts. Number one, our master plan approvals do not require us to build the parks and pay fees. The only way to get both parks and fees is through this development agreement with this alternative strategy. Number two, there is no nexus, no legal nexus for diminution of land value based on prior ownership or existing improvements when requiring these parks to remain open to the public in perpetuity. The lake parks can only be required to remain open to the public and receive the improvements outlined in the master plan through this development agreement. Number 4, if we do not build these parks and the city wants the parks, the city would have to acquire and build these 40 acres of parks at a cost of $85 million. That's not including inflation or the cost of maintenance, insurance for liability, or future capital improvements in order to stay compliant with your general plan. All of the proposed parks are in compliance with the general plan policies. So with that as a basis, let me address our revised proposal in a slightly different perspective. So when I get to the numbers, I'll try to make sure you're not confused, because Debbie's proposal or presentation was just slightly different than ours. Other than the land value or the park credits, I believe that we have agreed and addressed all of the questions and requests that were made from the last hearing. We have increased the cost of the 2 offsite parks and the turf fields at Iron Horse Middle School to cover inflation and design costs, which was an increase of $1.57 million. We have increased the park impact fee by $2 million, and we have decreased the park credit by $3.6 million. When you look at our entire proposal provided with this development agreement, we are actually providing to the city a $113.5 million in savings of future costs to the park fund in return for the park credit of $33 million. That includes the 40 acres of on-site parks, the 18.6 acres of improved off-site parks, new synthetic turf fields at Iron Horse Middle School, and about $18 million worth of maintenance expense over the 25-year term of this agreement, not to mention future capital improvements. Additionally, we are paying $8 million in park impact fees to satisfy the park's master plan obligations beyond the impacts of our project. The rest of this results in an $88.5 million surplus versus a $64 million deficit to the park fund. This is shown more clearly on the last table in our response to memo that was a part of your packet. Lastly, a question was asked at the last hearing: how is the city going to fund our master plan if we give you $36 million in credits? My response is, isn't our only obligation to fund our own impacts and not the city's shortfall of its parks master plan? Yet our proposal goes beyond our own impacts and funds 2 offsite parks, for which has been on the books for many years with no means of funding. It provides new synthetic turf fields to Iron Horse Middle School, relieving the pressure of sports fields, all while reducing what would otherwise be a huge burden on the city's park fund, while providing additional $8 million for the parks fund to fund future parks master plan obligations. By only collecting the impact fees over the life of this project, it puts the park fund at a significant deficit and makes it much more difficult to achieve the goals of the city. I really hope that we're able to demonstrate to you not only our responsiveness to your questions and concerns, but to frame this proposal in a manner that provides clarity of the true valuable public benefit and fair value to the city that this development agreement provides. We believe that the city is receiving far more in public benefit than we are receiving in park fee credits. Patricia Curtin and I are here to answer any questions you have. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engen. As I explained at the outset of the hearing, we're going to defer your examination until after public comment, because I think it's fair to you to hear the public comment to give you an opportunity to respond at that point to answer our questions. Now, I'm not sure if Ms. Curtin is on a tag team with you at this point, or she's going to defer till after public comment. So I wanted to ask you if she wanted to speak at this time.
Patty, do you have anything you need to add to the presentation?
I don't. Thank you, Chair Wallace, Planning Commissioners. Again, Patricia Curtin, representing Sunset. I just wanted to confirm that you've received 2 letters from our office. The first one dated October 15th, answering Commissioner Mark's question asked at the last Planning Commission, whether the parks that were less than 2 acres that Sunset is proposing, do they qualify as neighborhood parks in the general plan? And the second letter is dated October 20th. I apologize for the lateness of the letter, but it was responding to some of the comments raised in the Green Fire letter that we received on October 19th. And I'm here to answer questions of those two letters and any other questions you have of us.
Okay, as I mentioned to Mr. Engen, we're going to defer questions of each of you until after we've had public comment and you had an opportunity to provide any additional. At that time, we'll do our examination.
Thank you.
At this point, I would like to open the public hearing. And before we do that, if Ms. Chavez could please advise the public as to the ins and outs of public comment for this hearing, because it is an agendized item.
Sure. So just prior to opening public comment to the audience, if it's all right with you, Chair Wallace, would you like me to go through the written late communication we received first?
Let's do the what the public needs to do, an oral public comment, then we'll do the written public comment, and then we'll open up from the floor for the public.
Okay, perfect. So anyone who would like to speak during public comment for item 9.2 may do so by pressing the raise your hand button on your computer screen or *9 on your telephone. As a reminder, when it is your turn to make your comment, you do have 3 minutes to speak. After the 3 minutes, we will go ahead and remute you, and we'll usually give you a little bit of leeway, let you know that you are running out of time.
Okay, so let's do, first of all, the written comments. That would be helpful to have those on the record in case someone wanted to try and do a twofer and have oral comment plus written comment. So could you synopsize for the commission what written comments we have received today?
Yes, so we received late written communication from Rob Motal, commenting on the need to provide more schools, from Rachel Doty of Green Fire Law on behalf of Jim Blickenstaff. And this was providing a recap of comments previously made at the October 6th Planning Commission meeting. And from Jim Blickenstaff commenting on parkland, park mitigation, number of units and residents, and approval process. And from Ralph Ballart, who is in support of the CITYWALK development agreement, commenting on supply and demand and a need for downtown housing. And lastly, from Patricia Curtin in response to the letter from Green Fire Law. And those were all of the written late communication we received for item 9.2 CITYWALK development agreements.
Thank you. Could you now open the floor for oral public comment?
Yes. So we are now open. If you would like to speak on item 9.2, feel free to use the raise your hand button or *9 on your telephone. And we'll go ahead and just take speakers as we see them raising their hand. And Chair Wallace, I do see one hand raised, so I'll go ahead and start with Luz Gomez.
Thank you.
All right, Luz, you can speak whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. This is Luz Gomez, longtime resident of San Ramon. And I actually just have a quick question. What happens to the maintenance of the parks in the development after the termination of the agreement? And I think that's the only question that I have at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Chavez, do we have any other hands raised?
We do. I see Aparna would like to speak, so I'm going to go ahead and allow her to talk, and she will have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Aparna Madhireddy, 23-year resident of San Ramon, chair of the Open Space Committee. One part of my question was similar to what Luz asked, and the other part is, we're talking about community-wide benefits. I did not get to read the entire package last time, and this time I saw the community center, the 2-story community center is not going to be a part of this anymore. And I was very surprised to hear that. The community center actually would function as an activity center for this area if you're trying to contain residential traffic not coming out from there. Even before COVID, the existing community centers were really busy. It was very hard to get any space for events or birthday parties, anniversaries. And with more residents coming in, they are all going to be competing for the same space, same time, and it's going to be frustrating for residents. So I don't know, I'm still confused with the off-site park development. Why is park acreage being compromised here? And why is the community center not being built when that is very much needed? There may be seniors who are downsizing, people with disabilities, children with special needs, who may need to use that area for socializing, for some fun activities. Where are they going to go? And if they're using cars, then it's defying the entire concept of a CITYWALK project of not having cars on the road on our city streets. So I just am confused about that, if you can address that. Thank you.
Thanks, Aparna.
Do we have any other speakers?
At the moment, I don't see any other hands. Oh, there we go. We have Jim Blickenstaff, and you are good to talk whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I submitted a letter earlier, and I'm not going to go over the details of it. It's a little long, but I just wanted to say the premise that I come from this is surprisingly similar to the premise of Sunset. I want to see something that's a quality product for the community, for the city, that the residents and the developer and everybody that visits the city can be proud of and say they got it right. And so my cautionary note is this is a one-shot deal on parks. The city has to get it right. Their perspective obviously is different than the developers, and that's understandable. But we have to make sure it fits with community needs while it solves the developer needs as well. That's how we have a win-win. And so my cautionary notes of the process to reach the number of parks is still there. I need, for example, clarification of how you go from 4,500 units that are going to be built to 2,800 units that are the impact units for parks. There's something about the general plan allowing for 1,600 units already there, but I don't see that as being mitigated. I see that as a general plan issue that Lynn puts it onto the project, whether it's 1,600 units or 4,500 units, to verify how they're going to cover the parks issues. So I think maybe the Planning Commission, we need more information how you derive 2,800 units impacting when the project itself is going to build 4,500 units, and that's what the EIR was addressing. And the other thing that needs to be looked at as the standard, the basic hard standard for mitigation for parks is the total of 49 million in fees. That is a starting point. Any deal, and it looks like, I appreciate Sunset and the staff coming forward with improvements because we're heading in a very good direction, but any deal has to demonstrate that it's going to work at that amount for the benefit of the city. And that's still something that remains an open question. And so if you have 49 million, that's the standard, are you going to get parks allotted that are going to be better than that with the deal? Or is it going to be a mixed bag and might actually be worse? So I think the comparison between what happens with the 45 million in real life and what happens with the deal as we're putting together, which is benefit for the city, I think that still needs to be clarified before we sign on the dotted line. So I'd still say, I don't know if there's a big hurry to get this approved, but I still say it's a work in progress and it's getting closer to being not only a win for the development, because they'll obviously do a good job, they're going to make sure it works, but also a win for the city in terms of parks impacts and other impacts like traffic, which are also a big issue. Both these play on the quality of life. And that's my concern. We solve that aspect of the equation, and then it's a quality product that both Sunset and the residents can be proud of. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. All right, if anyone else would like to speak at this time, feel free to raise your hand. I don't see any other speakers, but we can give it just a moment if you'd like. All right, Chair Wallace, it looks like we have all of our speakers.
Okay, going once, going twice. I close the public hearing. Now we come to the fun part of the evening. We get to cross-examine staff and the applicant. And the way I'd like to do this first is I would first like the commissioners to address questions to staff, and then we'll move on to the applicant. So
if I might, Mr. Ingen has the right of rebuttal testimony.
I'm going to give it to him.
Thank you.
But I thought he might want to rebut after he hears what you have to say. So he gets the last word. So do we have any questions from the commissioners of our staff? Commissioner Marks, you're on.
This is a question about the change in the term of the agreement to 15 years with a 10-year option on the part of Sunset. Some of the improvements that are discussed in the agreement, such as the lake improvements, are scheduled to come online in 2049, some 28 years from now. How does that, if the term is 15 years and Sunset chooses not to extend, how do we assure that those improvements will be built?
Well, the Sunset, they will still have their master plan approval in place. And so the hope would be that they will continue with the construction of the master plan at that point in time. The extension is automatic. And so that is in there. We added the developer's option just to respond to the code to make sure that we were clear, but there is the automatic 10-year extension. And it's at any time Sunset could walk away from the development agreement due to financial obligations or issues too. So, I mean, it's just another, this provides at least the opportunity for the automatic extension and then to complete the 25 years. But at any time they may decide not to proceed with the project anymore during construction of it.
Well, I appreciate, I may have caught you by surprise with the question, and I apologize, but I don't find that a convincing answer. Mm-hmm. If you have an agreement that is predicated on certain projects being built in exchange for potentially $33 million worth of credit, it seems to me that we want more than a hope that they will build it. And I'm not sure they have the right to walk away from it. That's obviously a legal question. I'm obviously not an attorney, but it does raise questions for me. I guess I guess that's all the only question I have right now for staff. Thank you, David.
Well, and Rick, I can also add, if they don't extend, then we take the fee obligation too. So if they don't extend the agreement, then they still are on the hook to pay the fee obligations, the park fee obligations.
The negotiated park obligations.
Yes.
I agree, but we don't necessarily get the improvement that we had thought we had negotiated for.
Right, but they would be on the hook. Well, if the agreement expires per se, they would have to pay the current city impact fees at the time. So they would all readjust because they'd lose the protection of the vesting or the development agreement.
Well, let me ask you this. If I think the lakeside agreements are valued at something on the order of $7 million or $6 million. That's included in the $33 million.
Correct.
Would they have to refund that?
I'm going to defer that one to Alicia, actually.
Unmute myself. So can you repeat the question, Commissioner Marks?
Sure. The Lake Annabelle improvements and the lake improvements, I guess, lakeside improvements, are valued at in 2017 dollars at $6 million plus or minus, and in 2020 value something more than that. So my question is, if the agreement is not extended until 2049, when they are obligated to bring these improvements online, what assurance do we have that they would be built? And if they're not, and they've already gotten the $6 million worth of credit against park fees that would be due, are they obligated to refund the $6 million?
I don't think
I
it's
know I'm
drafted in
asking
such a way.
I know I'm asking a technical sort of legal
Yeah.
question, but tonight's the first time I've heard that the agreement was not going to be 25 years with a 10-year option, that it's 15 years with an automatic 10-year option. But it raises questions about, did we pay $6 million for something that we're not sure we're getting? And that's my only question that I really had based on the presentation tonight. I'll defer any other comments till the chair is ready.
Well, to close the loop, maybe the term is 15, but an automatic 10-year that renews automatically gets you to 25.
Well, that's 3 years short.
Yeah. Through the chair, I had a sort of a similar and related question, would just ask that the city attorney and staff just work to clean up the language, because I didn't quite understand the language that, how to handle those remaining 3 years. Even if everyone works nicely together and it goes 15 and 10, you still have a dangling 3 years at the end, how that gets handled. Or if somebody decides to cancel, and we haven't really achieved all of the benefits we anticipated, there's a wind down set of criteria I think we need to figure out. If we've not achieved all the benefits we anticipated, I don't know if we just all pick up and start just collecting, park development fees right where we started, when we may not have achieved all the benefits, or we've overachieved the benefits. I just think this is something the lawyers just need to work through the language properly in the agreement before it's final. It's not for us to sort of negotiate here at the dais, but I think it's something that needs to be just cared for the agreement's final. But it does seem like it's something that should be cared for,
Mr. Marks,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Leisha.
no, I was just gonna say, we're going to try to look into that, and we'll get back to you if we can answer that tonight for you. So I just want to let you know that. Go ahead, Debbie.
So we could, while we have an automatic 10-year, it could be an automatic 13-year extension too. So that's a very simple change. So we can certainly go from 10 to a 13-year extension, and that covers the term of the project. So.
Well, then, but I thought it was at the option of the developer.
There is that.
So what if they opt to not extend?
Well, the one would not be to include the option extension, just make it automatic, but then let's continue the hearing, and then let me come back with another response. Let me think about
That's
that.
Fine. That's fine.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from either Commissioner Kuznick or Commissioner Frank? Of staff? Sideways, no. Commissioner Kuznick.
I have a couple of questions. And could we backtrack a little bit on this question about the difference between we accept the development agreement versus not accepting it? Because as I listened to that analysis, Debbie, and that was your kind of like the second to the last slide where you had them side by side, that there's a difference between if we in order to get it public, we have to have the development agreement, or all these parks aren't going to be public. Point one. The second point is along the same lines, which is unless we have this development agreement, then the city is liable. But if we don't have the development, all these parks aren't open, so there's no liability, to be the way I see it. So I'm trying to get a handle on this this kind of looming condition of like, well, we either get everything we want, or we're just not going to participate, and then all the parks are going to be private. Is that where this is headed? So
if the DA is not executed, the Parks and CITYWALK will be will be privately held. There's no obligation for them to provide public access. Their only requirement would be to pay the park impact fee related to parks.
Okay,
So the liability would go to the city, would have to go acquire additional parkland and construct. So when we acquire parkland and we construct it, then we have to assume the liability and the insurance and the maintenance cost with that. So this would be outside of CITYWALK unless city bought the parks within CITYWALK to meet their public park need, then we would have acquisition, construction, maintenance, liability, and insurance cost of the CITYWALK parks if we were to acquire them on our own to fulfill our 38.65 acre need.
okay. Can I ask Mr. Engen a little clarification? Again, back to this public-private, we agree to the DA or we're making everything not public anymore, because so much of what is in that area, and again, we went and walked it, just the other day again, is already public. And so I'm a little confused by what seems like a condition. I don't want to say a threat, but a condition that says we either accept how this is going and so indicate, or the things that are currently public will no longer be public. And I don't quite understand that thinking. Maybe you could help me with that.
Could we wait? I understand your question, but could we wait until?
Is this not a question? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a question, but we're going to put him in the dock later.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I just have one question of staff at this point. No matter what we recommend up to the city council for the development agreement, there's nothing that prevents the city council from renegotiating any or all part of the development agreement, is there?
No, there's not. The city council will have the option to make changes if they so desire.
Yeah, so we're not tying the city council's hands by any vote here in terms of what they ultimately decide is in the best interest of San Ramon, is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, you're a recommendation to the council only.
Okay. All right, now.
Yes. Debbie, could you help me get to again explain the park requirement out of the general plan at build out and what that means again? And, because I hear 38.65 and could you just refresh my memory on how the math works to get to that's what this project requires in terms of acres or something like that? Just help me understand that again and keep it simple or go slow.
It's all math, so I'll do the best I can. So the CITYWALK project area already has 1,682 units programmed by the general plan through our existing housing element. The approval of the CITYWALK project added an additional 2,818 units to that project area. So adding more units overall to the city and therefore increasing the city's population at build out. Our general plan, our park element, only has enough acreage to accommodate our current build out projections, plus I think an additional 5 acres. So there's a slim margin. And so in order for the city to fulfill its park obligation goal of 6.5 acres per thousand to serve those new residents of the 2,800 units or so, we need to acquire and construct 38.65 acres of parkland.
That's triggered by the 2,818
new units.
Additional, not the 4,500 units, because the 1,682 has already been figured out previously. Is that?
That is correct. That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no questions of staff at this time, it's Mr. Engen's turn. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Engen? And I'm going to start with Commissioner Kuznick.
Shall I reiterate my question?
Yes, please.
Okay. So in the presentation we saw tonight, if you compare having the development agreement versus no development agreement, there is this, with the DA, all this stuff is public. Without it, it all goes back to private. So my first question is, well, a whole lot of that stuff is currently public. I walked around the 2600. We walked by Lake Cecilia. We walked by Lake Annabelle. Those are currently public. So if the development agreement, you know, if Sunset decides to walk away, are you now telling the city of San Ramon that all those amenities will cease?
So remember when we designed this project, we did it in good faith and assuming that we were going to reach a fair deal as it relates to this overall master plan in the parks. So we you know, the lake itself was originally an industrial use. It was never open to the public for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
So when Sunset bought it 6 years ago, I think it was, they made some improvements and they opened it up to the lake, or opened the lake up to the public.
Mm-hmm.
There's a significant liability with that. And we're talking about investing significant money, millions and millions of dollars, to improve those amenities and add to those amenities with these parks. And the incentive is for a fair deal. You know, it doesn't make sense for us to not get any zero credit just because we've owned them and invest all this money and then again on top of that be imposed on trying to pay, you know, park dedication fees. So we're trying to just make the fairest deal. And so to me, I think we should be looking at this as what is the city getting in value versus what you're giving us in value. Instead of focusing only on, well, the parks are public now, but they also don't have the improvements. You also can't put boats on the lake right now. You can walk around it, but it isn't going to have the second community center unless we have this, right? We're not going to be able to have the boats to make it more active. We're going to spend a significant amount of money and take on additional liability in order to do this. And I think that fairness is that we be compensated for that.
I have not ever said that you should not be compensated. I think we just have a different perspective on that, how we arrived at those numbers. And I have to say that I really appreciated the chart that really spelled it out. I am curious as to why you went from, Chair Wallace, is it okay to ask a specific question?
Specific question is always better than a general question.
Okay, well, I don't want to get, metaphorically, hand slapped here.
As short as you can make it.
Okay, on the chart that you gave us, page 151 of our packet, you have 25% credit for the neighborhood parks, 15% credit for the lakes, but the parkway, which is largely, it appears to me, already built, is at 100%. And I'm fine with the 100% on the city green, but I am curious as to why the parkway went from being 8.8 acres back to the 10 and a half acres, and that you're asking the city that should be at 100%.
Well, the acreage of the parks has always been 10 and a half acres. And so the reason why the acreage was lower in the city's presentation last month was because they were saying, well, you have to build the sidewalk anyway, but we do not have to build that sidewalk anyway. That sidewalk, there are no setback requirements in this zone. We don't have to build the public sidewalk and make it wider and do all the improvements that we were doing in concert with not just the master plan, but with the city walking district. So now we're spending, again, millions of dollars to make these improvements, to make it better than it sits there today, and to make it part of the walking district. So it's, while they're open today, they're not improved yet to where they're going to ultimately be. Okay. And so now you're wanting that to be part of the walking district, and we're going to invest a lot of money to make it better based on the master plan and the design guidelines. So in the last meeting, you can slice the percentages any way you want, really. We were trying to figure out a way that made it sense based on what is the greater public benefit. And I think I heard last week that, look, the parkways are really accessible to all the public. Everybody in the community will use these parkways. So there's a high public benefit to it.
Mhm.
Same with the city green. Everybody will benefit from this. And it's very accessible to the public for all residents of San Ramon. So we thought, okay, that's got the highest public benefit beyond just the development. So we said, let's make that at 100. That seems fair. And then we say, okay, we know that the lake parks are also shared by the office tenants. So let's try to be really fair about what that credit should be. And then the neighborhood parks, again, they're going to be publicly accessible. They're going to be discovered by the people, not only in the development by the walking district and other employees that are all around Bishop Ranch that walk through this area, because it's going to be a beautiful area to walk through. So we felt 25% seemed to be a fair credit for both cost and land value to make these open to the public.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners would like to interrogate Mr. Ingham?
Come on, it's just a gentle question.
I don't see any.
Fair question.
Commissioner Alpert, you're up.
Yeah, sure. It's not interrogation. So Debbie, if I could ask you to bring up the slide that has the diagram of CITYWALK, because I think it would be helpful for me at least to ask Jerry to describe, because we've not really spent a lot of time in a while at least talking about what is, and we'll stay on the parkway credit in the walking district, because as Commissioner Kuznick started to talk about, that does account for 19, almost $20 million of the $30 million deduct from what would normally be the park credit. But I don't know that we've talked a lot about what's involved, and also, and Jerry, eventually I'm going to ask if there's anything that you've thought about the phasing plan, the Exhibit E of the development agreement, because I think one of my recommendations when it comes time to comment, because it does account for such a huge value and the importance of time value of money and when these things happen, not only for the economics of the development agreement, but for the residents to get a sense of when things are happening, not just what's going to happen, that we might want to consider slotting those into some place as far as a schedule, and I don't know that I see that on the attachment E, Exhibit E, when the phasing is going to happen. But if you could just talk a little bit about what the vision is for the walking district on this diagram. Where is it in your mind, and what, if any, discussion have the Sunset team had about what you think is going to be part of it? Because I don't know that I have a good appreciation for it.
Well, it'd be helpful if we had the walking district boundaries. But if you look at the walking district boundaries that the city has, I would say the majority of it sits on Sunset Development private property. And the parkway that is outlined in yellow that you see here is all part of the walking district, as well as we have a connection that runs along Bishop Drive all the way to Iron Horse Trail, which will be improved as part of this. And there's an existing trail there connection now that we're going to be improving. And then we're extending the trail. It doesn't show well on this map, but we're extending it from on Executive Parkway across to Iron Horse Trail as well. So there'll be a second connection there. So we're connecting the Iron Horse Trail as part of that walking district all the way through and around Bishop Ranch and all through Bishop Ranch. So all of these streets, internal streets, you can connect to the parkway, which will all have street tree line with active, storefront or active residential fronts on these streets. And this is, if you remember the renderings from this is, going to be a beautiful walkway that is really found nowhere in San Ramon today. And so as it relates to timing, Commissioner Alpert, the timing has to happen when these buildings get built, because we have to deal with the grading. There's going to be a significant amount of grading that has to happen. And so once the final building footprint is, sorted out, we have to work that in with the grading of that parkway as we walk along. So while it's accessible today and there's a walkway, the significant improvements that will happen over time as we march down and build these buildings. But we can't, until we actually design the site and tie it into that parkway, we can't really build it. So it has to happen in concert with the building of those particular neighborhoods.
Okay, so if I understand what you're saying, so for instance, when BR 2600 Northeast 3 happens, then the part of the walking district that's adjacent to that would be when you would envision building that part of the walking district, you know, and so as each of those buildings happen, that would be when that part of the walking district would happen. So the overall walking district would sort of finish as the last phase of the overall CITYWALK project happens.
And I think it's important to characterize it as not that it's built, but that it's improved to its ultimate, you know, condition.
Okay. Okay.
But you know, I would argue that this has all been predicated on this idea that you're building these things, not just improving them. So I'd have to take a little exception to that thought. So
Yes, we are building them. They're going to all have to be rebuilt. While we're going to try to save as many of the large trees as possible, this is going to require significant work, not to be left alone. So it's almost as if we're starting from scratch.
So this is bringing up a troublesome thought for me, because as I'm looking at this map and to hear your discussion of this, is in these 25 years, it sounds like the parkway is going to be piecemealed. Will it be accessible if in between the time what's currently there versus the new stuff? I mean, you know, it kind of defeats the point of a walking district if it's shut down for reconstruction / improvement as during this 25-year build out.
Well, so yes, there'll be times when certain segments of it is being renovated that will not be accessible. But I don't know any other way around that, but you have to make the improvements. So the majority of it will be open all the time, and segments of it will be getting improved as we move along.
Yeah, you answered my question about the sort of the vision, and parts of it are closer to the Iron Horse Trail and parts of it are out towards, you know, more on Camino Ramon, and parts of it are all around Bishop Drive and Executive Parkway. So it's really, you can almost think of it as 10 or 12 phases, but adjacent to other projects. But, you know, but I do think that people will want to see kind of the phasing, much like you have the phasing for, you know, the other amenities. I think ultimately the council might expect to see that, you know, and it's not, I understand that's not really where we're supposed to make our decision, but just thinking ahead what they might ask to see you know, in the future, you know, but that just was an observation I was thinking as I was looking through this. And I believe that was the only question I had, Chair Wallace, for Mr. Engen.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Mr. Engen from Commissioner Marks or Commissioner Frank?
Not at this time.
Thank you. And not hearing from Commissioner Frank, I'll assume that he is deferring his comments until the discussion part.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right. So at this point, we're going to move to discussion. And first of all, I want to note something that Ms. Chamberlain brought up in her presentation. I'm sorry.
Wallace, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but do I still get a chance for rebuttal and some of the questions from the public testimony and also questions that were brought up by a couple of the commissioners of staff?
Certainly, I didn't realize that you had not finished your conversation, and maybe Ms. Chamberlain could take down the CITYWALK picture unless Mr. Engen would like to use that for his rebuttal.
I don't need that, no.
All right, well, good, thank you.
So I'm just going to go down in line of the testimony and the comments received that needed to be addressed. So Luz Gomez had asked what happens to the maintenance after the agreement expires. And so the language was changed so that instead of it being only our election to maintain the parks after the expiration of the development agreement, that it's a mutual termination of maintenance. So it's not just at the expiration. So that's how we're handling the maintenance in the future. Who knows what will happen 25 years from now around that. Aparna asked about the two-story community center that's not included anymore, but it is included. The two-level community centers on the south end of the lake, and that's still a part of this project as part of the overall, assuming overall deal with the development agreement and the parks and the credits that we're getting. That two-story community center is also still a part of the project. As it relates to Mr. Blickenstaff's comments, I think Debbie confirmed and clarified the 4,500 units versus the 2,800 units. So I think, again, if you look at it in whole, we're not obligated to build parks. We're only obligated to pay fees, but we're actually providing 40 acres of parks. And I think without, repeating too much, if you have to buy it, it's 85 million versus the 45 million that you're going to get over time of this development agreement if all we did was pay fees. So I think, there's a very good trade-off in our mind for the city on that. And Mr. Marks asked a little bit about, the question was the change in term and worrying about whether or not you're going to get the value. So there are two things around that. Number one, you're not giving us a check for the credit. You're not writing us a check for $6 million and you're not giving it to us upfront. It's being earned out as we pull building permits and as we build these parks. That fee credit is being earned as we go. And so just on the outset, we would agree to a much longer term of the development rate. We tried for 25 years in the beginning with 2 5-year extensions, but it wasn't legal. So, we're definitely incentivized to extend the development agreement because we lose the benefits of the development agreement around this park credit negotiation and around the fees and around development certainty and rules in place that we really want to be there until we finish developing this project. So it's in much more benefit for us, more beneficial for us to stay in it than to walk away from it. So the term is only limited by the law, not really what we are trying to do.
So Jerry, can I ask you a follow-up to that, please?
Sure.
Under term, it says this becomes effective 30 days after the adoption of an ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that at that point, you don't assume you have 33.1 million in fee credits that we've agreed to?
We have, but we have to earn it. We have to build the parks. We have to build everything that we've agreed to build in order to get those credits. We can't just not build it and then not get the credit. So then we would be obligated to pay the fees that would be associated with those units. So we have to build everything that we've agreed to in the development agreement in order to earn that credit.
I understand that, but on the books, so to speak, you have $33 million worth of fee credits coming as you build out. That, in my opinion, is an overall benefit to the project. Do you disagree with that?
I do agree with that. And in a trade, what we're doing is we're agreeing to build all of those amenities and parks, and we're agreeing to when those will get built. And basically they are getting built with each of the buildings. So if we're building in BR3A, that park gets built with that project. When we first start, the first thing we're going to do is build the park with the first set of buildings in each of those neighborhood developments. There's two reasons for that. One, that's important for this overall transaction, but also it's important for the community so that there's a sense of place when we start building and occupying those residents. So that timing is beneficial for both parties.
Yeah, I may have a question later about that, but thank you, Jerry.
Sure. Okay, and then Ms. Kuznick, Commissioner Kuznick, you had mentioned that, well, if we don't build the parks, there's no liability, but that's not accurate because you will have to build those parks somewhere. You'll have to not only build them, but you have to buy them and you have to maintain them and have the liability for that 40 acres of park that we're not providing. So that will become your responsibility and ultimately if it's not part of this transaction. And I think I've addressed them. I think I've addressed also Commissioner Alpert. I think I addressed your question too in that. Okay. So I addressed all the comments, and that's, unless you have more questions to me, that's, I think I've addressed all of them.
So do we have any more, Ms. Curtin, you'd like to speak?
Thank you. Just briefly, I'd like to address the question on the term because it was an excellent question. And I think there's ways that we could achieve the proper answer, because the development agreement ordinance allows the agreement to identify options to extend. And I think the obvious two options would be, one, that we could extend the development agreement until all obligations are completed by the developer. So we wouldn't know how many years that would be, because hopefully if the preliminary phasing plan is followed to the T, then we would obviously know. But that's one option. And another option could also be that if the development agreement is not extended, then at that time and place, the parties would come back together and look at what parks were constructed, what improvements were made, and then determine what credit should be given, and then what impact fees for parks would be imposed thereafter. So there are certainly, there are options to put in the development agreement to address these concerns.
Let me ask Ms. Curtin a question. What you're proposing to do is to put additional terms into the development agreement that aren't in it right now.
For this issue?
Yes.
Yes. So I would say I'd like to discuss with staff and the planning commission to put in an option that says the development agreements will be extended until all improvements for the parks or any improvements are made, assuming that the parties are operating in good faith. Or if you don't want to have the development agreement continue, we could say that at the termination of the development agreement, if improvements were not completed, then the parties would have to get together to sit down and figure out what credits should be provided. And we should make that clear, because it's a good question from Commissioner Marks, that we're not getting credits at the beginning. The credits have to be earned, as Mr. Ingen said, and we could certainly make that clear in the text of the development agreement in the exhibits.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, staff recognizes that what Ms. Curtin has suggested is another redo of the development agreement.
Yes, we acknowledge that. And I think that Ms. Curtin's recommendation on how to deal with the term and how to deal with the park credit, if the obligations are fulfilled, we can work with that. So I would recommend the commission, if they feel we can move forward with that as part of the recommendation from the commission tonight.
So just so I'm clear, what you're putting on the table is that what Ms. Curtin proposed and you suggest working with her on would not be a bar to voting on the resolution tonight, as opposed to continuing the hearing, have you come back with the language and are voting at a later date. Is that what you're proposing?
Yes, we can. You can include it with your recommendation tonight. As you noted from my staff report, we have a couple other tweaks we need to do. And so, no, it can be part of your recommendation to the City Council, and we can deal with it after the commission does make their recommendation. We do not need to come back.
Okay. This is the reason I asked. I want to make sure that all commissioners understood that with respect to the provision that Commissioner Marks brought up, the language that deal with that is going to be done offline, so to speak, and with the understanding, of course, that the city attorney will be advising the City Council on the ins and outs of that particular provision. Do we have any other questions of Mr. Engen from the commissioners? Not seeing any heads bump up and down. I am now going to move on to the commissioner discussion. Before we do that, I wanted to reiterate something that Ms. Chamberlain mentioned at the beginning of our discussion, and that is the separate roles of the Planning Commission and the City Council in reviewing a development agreement. Section D643 of our zoning ordinance says that the purpose in a hearing before the Planning Commission is to determine whether the proposal to adopt a development agreement conforms to the general plan. That's all that's stated. D645, on the other hand, applies to the City Council, and that requires the city council to make 4 specific findings of fact in order to adopt an ordinance approving the development agreement. The first finding is the same one we make. Is the agreement consistent with the general plan? The second finding is that the agreement is consistent with all provisions of the zoning ordinance, the municipal code, and the state subdivision map act. The third finding is that the development agreement is not detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the community or adversely affects property values. The fourth finding is the one I want to specifically mention to you, and that is the city council has to consider the effect of the development agreement on housing needs and available fiscal and environmental resources. So there is a difference in quality between what the city council has to consider and what we do. So given that, I would like to kick off the commissioners' discussion. Last week, we sort of did a round the table discussion, starting with Commissioner Kuznick and ending with Commissioner Alpert. I'm going to reverse the order today. I'm going to have Commissioner Alpert go first. I'm going to have Commissioner Franco second, so he has some notice. I'm going to have Commissioner Marks go third, and I'm going to have Commissioner Kuznick bat cleanup. So with that, Commissioner Alpert, the floor is yours.
Okay, so to make sure I'm clear, are you looking for a head nod or a soliloquy at this point, Chair Wallace? Or is it whatever we want?
No, what I'm looking for at this point is a succinct, orderly discussion of your thoughts on the development agreement.
Fair enough.
Consistent with the task that's set out for us in the zoning ordinance.
Okay. Okay. So, well, first of all, I do understand the terms of the deal, and I am comfortable with, the description and the words and everything. And I do appreciate the effort by both staff and Sunset, and especially Debbie, who spent more time with me than she probably cares to going over this. I come from this looking at things like this from not a policy and not a lot of words, but like looking at it from the numbers standpoint. And, because when you have a lot of numbers floating at you and thrown at you over a lot of years, the only way I can think about deals like this is to stick numbers in a spreadsheet and figure out which of the 2 deals make the most sense financially. And I know it's not our purview to decide if it's a great deal or a good deal, but I at least needed to know if it was a bad deal, And I know it's the city council's job to make sure it's a good deal, or it's the best deal for the city. But I at least needed to feel comfortable that it wasn't a bad deal before I could weigh in. And I did that. And I did my own financial model, and I calculated an NPV. And when, like all good modelers, if you don't know the real rules, you make up assumptions and you kind of make things up. And I did that. And, the value of doing a development agreement versus not, it actually has a better payback, to the city and to the taxpayers. And this is basically a contract. And I feel a little guilty because there's a couple of terms in the deal that I think I would like to make a recommendation similar to Commissioner Marks that, I know it's not our purview, but again, I don't need to see it again, but I'd like to make some recommendations. So for me, the significant benefits to the city is that it does, it does secure the financial benefits as the city talked about. It does, to the extent that it does build the offsite parks, it does secure access to the privately owned amenities, and we do get access. We do see that the neighborhood parks get built. The lake is maintained open in perpetuity. The walking district does get built. We do get the open space fees sooner, and, when you think about getting open space fees over 27 years, or you get them over 3 years or 5 years, there's a positive net present value of that, and I figured that out, It also helps us build the parks and meets our park obligation, but Sunset also gets some significant value, which it locks in these fees. We like to talk about, $14,000 or $15,000 a unit, and they get some predictability, and so when they start putting together their financial model, and, we all know they did that, and when they have to go out and borrow money to do this, knowing that they know exactly what it's going to cost to, when they come to the counter and they, look for the next permit for that unit in 2035, they know they're going to pay what they're going to pay for those units. We like to talk about $49 million. We know it's not $49 million. Every year the city council approves new fees, and it's for $15,000 a unit now, but it will be $15,500 next year and $16,500 the year after that. And it's going to keep going up and up and up. And that makes it hard for Sunset to pencil these things out. And, so, when I was thinking about this, what I started to think about is, to the extent that they have some predictability in getting funding, that means they're going to build the project. And to us, who approved this project because we wanted to see the units actually built, and we wanted to see the affordable units built, more importantly now than ever, to the extent that they're going to actually follow through and build the thing, that helps us as well. So, like I said, I kind of looked at all the numbers that were thrown at us in various formats over the last 4 weeks, and built my own model and concluded that it's actually not a bad deal. I can't tell you if it's a great deal. I'm not part of the negotiating table. I can't tell you if Joe and Debbie and Martin concluded this is the best deal, but that's not our job. I just can tell you it's not a bad deal. And so with that, I'm okay sending this to the city council, but when the time is right, Commissioner Wallace, I do have some suggestions that I'd like to send with my recommendation, at least, for consideration. And I know that's outside of my purview as a council, as a planning commissioner, that would be suggestions. I don't need to see it again, but it would be my recommendations that I would like to send with the recommendation to the city council for consideration, if nothing else.
That's your soliloquy?
That's my soliloquy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Frank, you're up.
Thanks. First of all, I'm mindful of all the input that we've had from the community, Mr. Blickenstaff's council, the people who have spoken, and I've even tried to stay on top of the late breaking communications that we've been receiving right up until sometimes the start of our last 2 meetings. And I take those comments to heart. I take them seriously. I hope that the members of the community who are engaged on this issue have heard a lot of their issues voiced from this commission. And so I wanted to acknowledge that. I also wanted to acknowledge I'm sure, painstaking negotiations that have been going back and forth between the city staff and the crew at Sunset. I think everybody's worked hard. I can tell you that 2 weeks ago, we had all manner of comments and questions. Some may be foreseen, some may be not foreseen by the participants in these negotiations. And I am mindful of the fact, and I agree with Jerry's take that aside from the park credits as the main issue, that Sunset has pretty much taken care of and agreed to the issues that were raised at the last meeting. Although I have to admit, I thought that was a great question that Commissioner Marks raised at the beginning of this meeting. And I appreciate the way it was handled by both Ms. Curtin and Mr. Engen. And I think it sounds like everybody's on the same page there as far as what the intent of the parties is. And we'll rely on the city council and Ms. Curtin's office to make it come true and be have all expectations spelled out for future issues where maybe there would be a non-renewal and there might be some arguments over credits that were given or not given. In any case, I would leave it to your good offices to take care of that. along those same lines, I am not wearing my legal hat tonight, and which is actually therapeutic for me. I'd rather not, because these issues are way out of the area that I would be practicing in anyway. And pretty much everybody that I see in this Zoom picture probably has more experience in the land use law than I do. So I will leave those issues that have been dealt with, especially regarding what the proper credits are, whether you can take, whether the 2-acre minimum applies to city maintained parks only. I know that there are arguments on both sides. I'm relying on our city attorney's office in the opinions that they have made in dealing with these issues, and will not second guess those questions. Having said all of that, I am reminded of one of my favorite quotes, who I believe is from Voltaire: "Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good." Having said that, I think that while this deal may not be perfect, and I certainly understand the counter arguments to the park credit issue, I think by and large that the good outweighs the bad in this deal for the citizens of this city. And I also believe that this is a good deal for Sunset. So as far as I can tell, and staying in my lane, sitting here on the commission, I see no reason why I would not be able to recommend this for approval to the city council.
Thank you, Commissioner Frank. We're now going around the table to Commissioner Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on what Howard offered as one of his favorite quotes, I'll give you one of mine, which applies to me. It's from Yogi Berra. "When you come to a fork in the road, take it." And that's kind of where I've been for the last couple of days reviewing this. And I want to also say that while I understand the language of how the commission should focus its comments on consistency with the general plan, we all have to be aware that even in this general plan on page 1-1, it talks about the broad objectives of the general plan are the quality of life and community character. And I think our discussion so far and what I'm anticipating saying or hearing goes directly to that. And so I think if we speak a little bit more broadly, it falls into the penumbra of those two comments. I want to start off with a comment that I made at the last meeting and that Attorney Curtin responded to, as did Alex Mayron in the letter that we got that was attached to the packet. I cited section 6.2, park classification and standards, and said that a neighborhood park was 2 acres. In the response letters that we got, policies were cited. But as we have discussed on a number of occasions in the past, a standard trumps a policy. Policies must be consistent with standards. And I still don't see authorization to take what I would call substandard parks relative to acreage and call them neighborhood parks for this reason. If they were not seeking public funding of those parks, I would say it's really none of our business. They could build them in any way they wanted, pay the fees, and use it as it's also going to be for marketing purposes, as well as creating the very attractive ambiance that's throughout the CITYWALK project. But when you take public funds and use them to fund parks or park lands that do not meet your standard, it seems to me a horse of a different character. I don't find that you can make the connection and say, we're not going to build parks that meet your standard, but we'd like the public to pay for them. That for me doesn't jibe. That's the first point I have struggled with, especially when I read Ms. Curtin's first letter. I also want to note that it is perfectly possible for a city to require both fees and parkland if that's part of a development agreement. That can be a part of the business terms that is a part of the overall development agreement. You couldn't do it absent a development agreement, but if a city chose to do so, it could certainly seek that. So I would disagree a little bit on that point. Let me say that I do agree with the staff report citing policy 6.5-I-19, where public spaces can include various things. One of the concerns that I've had throughout this process is I'm uncomfortable with the notion that I don't know what's going to be in these parks, even if they are accepted as acceptable in the 40 acres that Debbie has talked about several times. I don't know City Green was going to have what. I don't know what the 5 smaller parks are going to have. It is perfect. I don't know what the lakeside is going to be like, or the walking district, which is a part of the public spaces. Part of what I said in the first meeting we had on this, I feel got misrepresented in the staff report. The staff report talks about design. There's a statement and a paragraph about the design of facilities. I made it very clear I'm not looking for the design of the parks. I'm not looking for the design of the walking district. But I think it's perfectly possible, as in fact occurs when lakeside improvements are discussed about what's going to happen at Annabelle Lake, to say that the walking district will have a large plaza located here and there, or I should say at say the intersection of Bishop Branch 2600 and Camino Ramon. That doesn't design the park or the plaza. That doesn't say how large it is, what are the materials used in it, what facilities it has, whether it has a fountain or a public art feature. It simply says there will be a plaza there. The same with City Green Park or any of the parks. Telling us what we're buying, so to speak, for the $33 million doesn't seem outrageous to me. And it leaves a lot of flexibility in the design process that will occur downstream, working with the Parks and Community Services Commission. A smaller concern that I have is, what does working with mean? If the Parks and Community Services Commission believes that a park ought to have improvement X and Sunset does not, what does working with mean? Would it be better to say that the commission has review and approval authority? Since we're paying for the parks, we're paying, if this deal goes through, for the walking district. Shouldn't whoever pays for it have a little more authority over what's in it than to be worked with? I've played around with that a lot, and I'm a little uncomfortable with that. The biggest concern that I have in this whole deal is I feel very strongly that the newly adopted Parks, Trails, Open Space, and Recreation Master Plan will suffer in terms of the recommendations that are at the back of that plan, because right now we don't know how to fund it except with the money that's potentially coming from the park fees that CITYWALK will pay. And while I agree with a comment that Jerry made that it's really not Sunset's obligation to fund this, first of all, they're not. These are city funds. And so however they're distributed, it's the city who's going to make that decision. But most importantly, what are we telling people who just participated in this Parks, Open Space, and Trails plan, that we had access to a lot of money, albeit long-term, and we gave away 67% of the $49 million that we would have collected? What are we telling the public the next time we say, hey, here's a survey, we'd like your opinion? Because it was my understanding that several hundred people responded to the survey about what should be in the Parks, Trails, and Open Space master plan. We leave this as an answered question. And that bothers me. I think the credibility of the city when it seeks public input is compromised when you can't say we have the ability to fund these improvements. Yes, there will be other projects that pay into the fund, but they have their own obligations, and it's not clear to me whether their obligations with what's left over, the $8 million that is now proposed in park fees, is sufficient. It would have been helpful if there was a cost estimate that was prepared for the parks master plan to say that, look, we need $20 million to fund these things in 2020 dollars. Then we would have a sense we could fund as much of the CITYWALK project as we could and still fund the other. But right now, we don't know that. That makes me a little uncomfortable with the deal. I do appreciate that there's a bit more money, $2 million more in park fees that are allocated to the city. But I do have some concerns about even the facilities that are talked about. I think it's very hard to tell the public that hang on for 28 years, we're going to have lakeside improvements. I know that I'm not likely to be around at that time. And if I am, I'm certainly not going to be in condition to use that. But to say that we've deferred the obtaining of these improvements for, in some cases, 25 years, in some cases, 28 years, in some cases, 15 years, doesn't feel like much of a win. And there's at least a generation of San Ramon residents who are not going to be around for them. So the timing, for me, is problematic. I again go back to the Parks Master Plan, which was a 10-year plan where people could see the value of their participation and the funding of what they were looking for. I want to talk a little bit about the Section 6.3 inclusionary housing. I raised a concern last time. I was told that Sunset had agreed, but I want to talk specifically about the language in Section 6.3. I think it contains conflicting and confusing language. The first and second sentences, which are printed in black ink, appear to conflict with the new red line language. Those two sentences still appear to offer the option of satisfying all or a portion of the inclusionary housing requirement with fees or alternative means. And I think those two sentences should be eliminated. I further think that the red line language, which says that the developer has agreed, doesn't sound like contract language. I think it should say that developer shall provide all inclusionary housing units on the master plan property. To me, that's contract language, not they've agreed. I indicated that in the last go round that there were other benefits that the city has given to this project, and they're not discussed at all in the staff report or in the presentation that was offered by Sunset. And those things include the very notion of a development agreement, which locks in the entitlements so that they cannot be changed by a future city council unless by mutual consent. That's value. If Sunset downstream decides to sell one of the housing sites, having this development agreement, which includes whatever property they're talking about, and whatever limits on fee increases and new laws the development agreement brings to bear on that property, increases the value of the property. The market value today without a development agreement would be less than with the development agreement. That's financially worth something to whoever is the beneficiary of the development agreement. Taking parking lots today and turning them into 4,500 housing units adds value to the property. And it's value that I hope Sunset gets. I want them to do well. My experience as a planner is that if a development company does well in providing a needed facility, everybody benefits. I want them to do well because we will do well. But I recognize the value that the development agreement is giving. And so if we put all our value eggs in just the basket of the park fees, we are in fact leaving a whole lot on the table. And it seems to me that's really a missed opportunity on the part of the city. That's not discussed. And to me, there is millions of dollars of value that has been granted to Sunset. Even at the end of the retail analysis that we conducted, where we took housing out of various shopping centers, and with Sunset's cooperation and to their benefit and our benefit, put the housing in there in the city center project, that was value that we gave them. They are a very smart development company, one of the best I ever saw. And they are smart enough to make that work for them financially. I hope it does. But I don't want to feel like at the end of the deal, all the value they got was the $33 million, if that's what the city gets, or offers, I should say. There's a new business term that I've thought of in the last 2 weeks, and I apologize for bringing it up tonight, but like all of us, we had 700 and something pages we had to sort through, and I didn't pick up on it until a day or two after our last public hearing, and that is a prohibition against a density bonus. We were told at the outset that if the 4,500 residential units was approved, Sunset would waive the ability to apply for a density increase above that. But there's nothing in this agreement that prohibits that. And since they've already agreed to it, and that was represented to us, and I believe to the city council, it seems to me that it's a fair game item to include in the development agreement. I don't think that Alex Mayron or Jerry Angan or any of the people at Sunset are trying to pull the wool over our eyes. But this is a contract that goes out perhaps 25 years, maybe a little bit longer, if what Attorney Curtin has offered extends the term. I don't know who's going to be running Sunset 25 years from now. They don't know. I hope Alex Mayron Jr. is around still to do it, but who knows? Contracts are about eliminating uncertainty. And I think the density bonus thing is a large uncertainty that's easily corrected. I want to talk about the Section 5.3, the preliminary parks and amenity improvement phasing plan. I disagree slightly with the language here for the following reason. This is a situation that's different than a developer changing the phasing plan of a project that is based solely on private funds. I've often had to see that. I'm sure Debbie has had to deal with that. And it makes sense that the community development director would be the person that can authorize that. But in this case, because $33 million of public fees are being essentially waived or credited against the overall obligation, that doesn't seem to me it should be a staff approval. That seems to me it should be the city council. It is the city council who's ultimately going to approve the development agreement. And it seems to me that any phasing that could affect the timing of park improvements that we are expecting and hoping for, that properly belongs to the city council. It's unclear to me, based on another item, timing for the 5 neighborhood parks if they are publicly funded. I believe there's something like 14 buildings that could be built, housing buildings. I don't know which is the trigger for a park. And I know you have to have some flexibility. And I know the city council, or at least I feel that the city council should be the ones who approve changes. But right now, it's not clear to me what the starting point is for when those 5 parks come online. Which building triggers that? And so right now, I find it difficult to say that I'm on board with this agreement. And that may be a function of several things, but it just feels like it's too rich a deal in one way. There are many good things in what Sunset is offering, and I don't mean to denigrate that. And I think the CITYWALK master plan itself was a very good thing for the city, and I voted for it. And I don't want to come off as being anti-Sunset, because all I can say is I've only had 3 opportunities to vote for things that are in Bishop Branch. The hotel that we approved recently, the zoning that we approved that allowed mixed use, and the putting housing into Bishop Branch based on the retail study, because I think it is a very good project. But this development agreement deal for me right now has too many questions for me, and it's too much in favor of the 33 million that Sunset would like, plus the development agreement benefits, and leaves the Parks Master Plan unresolved in terms of its funding. And quite honestly, I appreciate that there's more money going into the offsites for Woodlot and Henry Ranch and the turf field, but it seems to me that the land valuation that's being omitted from this, but used within the CITYWALK project, is a bit uneven. We're told that they own the property, but it still has value and should be counted. What about the value of Woodlot? If we didn't build a park there, that's an opportune housing site that has value to the city. And the proceeds from that sale could go into the park fund. That's not included in the $10 million that is now being offered. Yet again, that kind of valuation is happening in the Bishop Ranch property. So I don't want to throw shade on the deal. I really don't, but I just don't feel that it's the best deal for the city. And I won't feel that way until I know that the Parks Master Plan is not going to depend on an unidentified funding source, either grants or bonded indebtedness or the general fund. And so I'm hopeful at the end of this, I may feel a little different, but right now that's how I feel. And I do once again appreciate the work that Sunset's done to try to make what they feel is a fair deal. And Debbie, I appreciate the information that you've given me and the time you spent, especially since I didn't get some of it until 8:30 last night. I'm sorry to have made you work that late.
Thank you, Commissioner Marks. Commissioner Kuznick.
First of all, I'd like to just start by saying that when I was on Parks Commission and we saw this proposal for the first time, I remember saying to you that I thought it was an exciting opportunity in so many ways. I love the idea that we're going to convert asphalt into something more green, that housing surrounded by walking is the direction I think most cities see happening. And it's already close to amenities. And so I want you to understand that I think this is really a very good project. And I want to have that same sense when I finish with my remarks about this development agreement as I had about the original proposal and the master plan and the way you worked with the input that various entities gave you in its creation and development to the public entities. And I appreciate Commissioner Marks' remarks because they are, in my opinion, really quite eloquent in capturing many of the things that I'm saying, I'm feeling, and have spent a lot of time thinking about in the 2 weeks. As I mentioned earlier, my husband and I just recently walked through there again, because it's always helpful to actually be on site to kind of look at these amenities and how this lays out. And I have poured over this, the CITYWALK map that we saw again today. And you know, I was kind of surprised when I actually, you know, really poured through it, you know, that you have this little 0.6 acre park that is called the Panhandle Park. And it's just really a little area that works out the grading on that one next to a building. So there's just kinds of some of that kind of stuff. While we were working on this, and I want to applaud you for reassigning percentages to the things that you are asking to have credit for. So I appreciate that, because I think that was more thoughtful in terms of helping us to understand what it is that we're being asked to weigh in on. But I have to say that while we were sitting here and I was looking at these numbers, it occurred to me that if you took the amount of money that you have increased for the offsite parks, added to the cash that you've agreed in this development to be as the park fees, you take that number and divide that number by the 4,500 units, you are asking us to essentially take a nearly 11,000 per unit park impact fee and have it reduced to 4,000 per unit. That's a very large leap of faith. So I think it is one of those areas. I'm with Commissioner Marks in this, that the $33 million is a very large number. And people who we are asked to represent should have a really solid sense of why you should be credited such a significant change in per unit park impact fees. These are park impact fees. So I tried to really understand my assessment of these things, because as I explained to my husband, if I understand a policy, or a standard, it should work in a separate situation. So like, for example, you know, the fountain on Bollinger Canyon Road, that's a water feature. It's really very, very popular. People go there all the time. It's very different. But if that area decided to put in a multifamily housing, could they come back and say, well, hey, look, we got this water feature. We should have credit for it. Similarly, if you took something like Canyon Lakes Golf Course, where there is a lake, and they decided to take out their tennis courts and put in a high-rise multifamily, would they come back and say, well, we have this lake, we should get credit for that one too? So there is something about this that is precedent that I find concerning in terms of this. But really, it's about the valuation. And as we were walking around, if you've seen the Shark Tank, you know, the one guy always says to the participants, your valuations are all wrong. So I'm still kind of in that boat. I think how you have valued what these parks will cost to construct, or what amenities you have, are not city favorable, shall we say. But today, as I was trying to gather my thoughts, the one thing, and I actually wrote it down because I wanted to make sure I said it correctly, and I will give, you know, credence to my fellow commissioners who are much more eloquent about this. But I'm speaking now on the record so that the citizens of San Ramon can understand it in a way that is simple. This is my school teacher coming out. So basically, you're asking the city to buy a used car at a new car price, and then, you know, to take it back. So the things that have existed, okay, so by your explanation tonight, the walking paths will be significantly improved. You know, but again, to Commissioner Marks' point, we don't know what that looks like. The lakes will be improved, but we don't know what that looks like. You know, I can understand what a park looks like, but still, we don't know what you think a park will look like. I think we had a much stronger sense about City Green because that was discussed in great lengths. But, to the point about the, I remember hearing that the North Parkway, no, excuse me, the South Parkway Green was located there because there was a big storm pipe underground that couldn't be moved. So, I mean, there are some subtleties about, some of the stuff that we've been privy to in a variety of these meetings. So I'm not ready to say that this is the development agreement that we should send to the city council. I think that the second go around was better than the first go around, but again, to say in many of the things that Commissioner Marks said, that I agree with. We should really have a much better sense of what the city is receiving for its $33 million of credit. So I hope I have not misquoted you, Commissioner Marks, but like I said, I'm not prepared to say that this is the agreement that should be sent to the city council.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kuznick. At the beginning of our discussion, I read the zoning ordinance that sets forth what the city council does and what we at the planning commission do. The planning commission is basically for land use issues. We don't plan community parks. We don't plan and design community parks. What we do is decide what areas can be used for community parks and leave it up to the Parks and Rec Commission to fill in the blanks. That's their job, not ours. Our job is to decide whether this plan, which development agreement, is consistent with the general plan. It does not mean that this is the best deal possible because we aren't negotiating it. It doesn't mean that it is almost the best deal because, again, we're not negotiating it. The issue is whether it's consistent with the general plan. And really the comments by the commissioners tonight, as well as last time, basically boil down into two areas. One of which does deal with the consistency with the general plan. And there were a couple of comments and a couple of critiques that were done that warrant some discussion about consistency with the general plan. The first was whether you can give a credit for the privately owned and maintained parks that Sunset proposes for the 40 acres, both of the parkways, the lakes, and what's called the neighborhood parks. Now that's really a misnomer because our general plan defines neighborhood parks. And as has been pointed out repeatedly, the areas that Sunset, with the exception of City Green, don't meet the 2 acre minimum for neighborhood parks. I believe the answer to the question of whether it's consistent with the general plan has to do with the general policy 6.5 I-19 that the staff report refers to. And rather than give you a bunch of general plan policies, it's simply the part of the general plan that deals with amenities and public spaces. One of the concepts that you can do for public spaces is what's called a pocket park. Pocket park is the euphemism that was usually used to explain why we didn't want parks less than 2 acres, because those were parks the city owned and maintained, and under 2 acres makes it very expensive to do that on a per acre basis. And that's why our general plan calls for neighborhood parks to generally be over 2 acres. But we're not talking about a neighborhood park. We're talking about was essentially a large pocket park. And if you look at even Wikipedia for what a pocket park is, it's a small area in an urbanized area that doesn't have all the accoutrements of a large park, but it provides open space for the residents there. And let's be realistic. We are building a project in the middle of an urban area. We are building it in the middle of a business park. If this were Tassajara Park on Tassajara Valley, we'd have a different park, just like we do in Doherty Valley. And I think we have to be realistic as to what can be done in the urban core, because this is not going to be the only development in Bishop Ranch. The North Camino Ramon specific plan calls for 1,100 units to be built outside of CITYWALK because we wanted to locate housing down in that area. You're not going to find 5-acre parks down there. You're going to have small parks that fit an urban setting. You're not going to have Central Park down in Bishop Ranch. You're not going to have Golden Gate Park down there. So let's be realistic about that. I am confident that the use of these smaller parks is consistent with our general plan policy to provide urban living spaces. I'm also convinced that the idea of applying a credit for the lakes is reasonable because our general plan specifically calls for giving credits for amenities like lakes and things like that. The amount of the credit is a different issue, but the fact that it can be given, I think, is clearly supported by our general plan. Now, that's really the general plan inconsistencies that people have talked about. And to be frank, what we've mostly talked about is dollars and cents. And it basically boils down to, are we giving too much credit to Sunset for what they're giving us in exchange for eliminating most of a $49 million park impact fee? The problem is that we throw these numbers around, we add them up, and we basically ignore that everything that we've talked about is going to occur over 25 years or maybe even more. And what you talk about in current impact fees today is not going to be worth $49 million tomorrow. If Sunset gave us a check for $49 million and we built a park in 10 years, that $49 wouldn't go as far as the $49 million today. There's an inflation factor that's not built into this. I think the use of a $33 million fee is completely misleading. I said that the last time because it ignores the value of Sunset maintaining those parks, which they've come out with $18 million. I'm guessing that what happened is they took $500,000 a year, and then each year they've added an inflation factor to that cost. I am assuming that's how they got to the 18 million. You probably want to reduce that to its net present value, but that's beyond my capabilities as a spreadsheet junkie. But I think that it is improper not to consider that because that is an advantage to the city. Now, I know Commissioner Marks has talked about the value we've created for the city in moving housing units off of the neighborhood shopping centers down to Bishop Ranch in the past. And he's right, that did, of course, increase the value of Sunset's property, but it also provided a benefit to the city by taking the threat that those neighborhood shopping centers would be taken over, used for housing, which would be very detrimental to our city. And while it is feasible and has been talked about that if you upzone an area for a developer, that the developer should give money back, that's something that should have occurred when we moved the units down, not years later. I don't think that's fair to ask for that now. I think bottom line on the issue of money, I don't think there's a $33 million delta. I think that if you ran the numbers like Commissioner Alpert probably has, and you reduce these numbers to present value, the delta is going to be significantly less than the $33 million. But here's the issue. It's the city council that decides where our money is spent. And that's regardless of whether you're talking about parks or pavement or any other type of amenity. At some point, the city's going to have money to build a park. The city council is going to decide where the park's going to be, how much they're going to spend. That's up to the city council. That's why they get to make those decisions. And whether or not this is the best deal for the city, to me, is not an issue for us to decide. The issue is whether the deal as it's presently constructed is consistent with the general plan. I know a number of comments have been made about certain provisions in the contract itself. And, as a lawyer, those are arguable points, but the appropriate body to be addressing those issues to is the city council, not to us. We are not responsible for negotiating this agreement with Sunset. We are not responsible for making Sunset come back with more money. That's not what we're tasked to do. And I don't think that's what we should be doing. That's not to say that we should remain silent if we feel that there are aspects of the deal that need to be changed. You've heard some tonight about changing language on the terms and so forth. So I don't think that it's necessary that we be silent, but it seems to me that those points would be best addressed in a transmittal memo to the city council that says, while we believe that the development agreement as currently drafted is consistent with the general plan, we believe that certain terms and conditions of the agreement ought to be renegotiated. And if not, then the city council may decide not to agree to the development agreement. But that's why they get to be on the city council. They're making a value judgment as to where our city money goes. That's up to them. We can give them advice as to what we feel is appropriate expenditure of monies, but it's up to them to weigh the benefits and downsides of all these deals. That's their job. And I think that we should make them make the decision on that. That being said, it seems to me that we have two ways to go. One is to look through the resolution, and let's assume for the purposes of that discussion that we will approve the resolution and we're basically drafting the resolution as we want it to go up to the city council without making a commitment as to whether we think the agreement should go up at all for the reasons that you all have stated. That's one way to do it. The resolution's only 2 pages long. The other way we can do it is to vote on whether to send a resolution up and then discuss what the language of the resolution is. Because as Ms. Chamberlain pointed out in her introduction, there are certain provisions in the resolution that she feels, and I feel the same way, don't belong in the resolution. So I would, at this point, I would like to hear from each of you whether you wanted to go at this point. Well, we could do one of three things. One is we could take a break for 10 minutes. The second thing we can do is to take a vote as to whether we want to go over the resolution and decide what the language should be. Or the third is to do an up or down vote on the resolution. Whereas if we vote no, then it's a moot point. So let me raise the hands. Would someone like to take a 10-minute break? Commissioner Mark.
Mr. Chairman, at some point, will you allow a rebuttal to your comments, which rebutted some of ours?
Sure. You can do it now, or you can do it if you want to take a break.
I'll do it whenever the commission, if you want to take a break, that's fine, whenever you guys want.
The reason I raised it, we've been going, it's 9:40, we've been going almost over 2.5 hours. In case someone wanted to go, I'm indifferent to whether we go or not. So I will yield to the majority of the commissioners. Just tell me what you want to do. Do you want to take a break or just go forward? I will call on you for an answer if you don't volunteer. Commissioner Kuznick, you want to take a break or go forward?
Yes. Break.
That's a break. Commissioner Alpert. You're muted.
All it takes is one that wants to take a break.
Okay. Commissioner
So,
Frank.
yes.
I'm good with a break.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Marks, why don't you and I make it unanimous and decide we go on a break?
I agree.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break then.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just an FYI, I muted all of you in case you're trying to figure out why we can't hear you.
Oh, I didn't even say anything, so.
Just wanted to make sure that you knew you were before we started up again.
Okay.
Thank you, Jen, for doing that.
Okay. I think we're ready to go back on the record. If Ms. Chavez would tell us when we're live.
We are still live. I think we were live this whole time, so we are good to go.
Okay. Commissioner Marks, you wanted a Sir rebuttal, as I understand it.
I would appreciate that. Thank you. I understand what Commissioner Wallace was saying about the purview of the Planning Commission relative to development agreements, but I think it's too narrow a point of view. I want to read something from the general plan itself, and I'm reading from the introduction. It talks about broad objectives such as quality of life and community character are meaningful only if translated into actions that are tangible and can be implemented. And when we are talking about the park system, the public park system, we are talking about how do you pay for that improvement or that park to make it something that is tangible and can be implemented. And by limiting the collection of fees that the city would otherwise be entitled to collect and placing the vast majority of them in one location in the city, in my view, is a discussion topic that is within the purview of the Planning Commission as the guardian, so to speak, of the city general plan. If parks don't get built, or if parks are in need of renovation, if community centers need improvements, if walking trails need to be built, if all-weather walking trails need to be built in the public parks to support an aging population, all of that depends on dollars. And our source of dollars for parks is clearly the parks facilities plan or fee. So I think that we are well within our purview when we talk about these things. It's my experience with our city council that in fact they would want us to. We may have to vote in a particular way, but the discussion about all of this stuff seems to me perfectly appropriate. Otherwise, why put this stuff in front of us? Why show me what the business terms are if you don't want my comments about them? Why show me how the deal may have improved if I'm not supposed to take that into consideration? It seems to me that the broad objectives of the general plan also include the general public health, safety, and welfare. And to say that we shouldn't be talking specifically about the business terms here that affect parks is to say that we shouldn't be involved in the public health, safety, and welfare, and parks really are not a part of it either. That may be a bit of an overstatement, but my point is we have every obligation to take a look at the business terms here. The council has every right to discard whatever we say and go in whatever direction they think is most appropriate. But I think, in fact, it is too narrow a point of view. And I say this hesitantly because I have the greatest respect for Eric's legal opinions and general opinions. But in this case, I do feel very strongly that the public has said that the quality of life, as they interpret it, through parks, comes out in the parks master plan, which is an implementation device to the parks and recreation element of the general plan. And again, I say, to leave unsolved how we respond to what the public has said is important to the quality of their life is a mistake. I absolutely agree with Jerry's comment that it is not the obligation of Sunset to figure that out. they have every right to advocate for what they feel is the best deal for them. We have every obligation to look at the overall, what's best for the general public, as well as the new residents that will be living in the CITYWALK project. And so I think our discussion is right on target. And I think if we can't make the findings based on what I've just said that are in the resolution, then we have the option, as Eric, I think, said, to either say we're not ready yet or to reject the resolution. And so, again, I think how you evaluate quality of life and character of the community, my assessment leads me to think that looking at the business terms that affect the quality of parks is perfectly appropriate for the Planning Commission. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the opportunity.
Welcome. Anybody else want to add anything at the moment? There being none, here's what I'd like to do. I would like someone to make a motion and second it to bring the resolution itself up for discussion. At that point, we can go over the resolution, which is only basically 2 pages. After which we then can decide whether we want to approve the resolution or disapprove it. One thing I want to note is that the comments that everyone has made in our last 2 meetings will not go unnoticed. Even if the City Council doesn't review our meetings, the staff report will contain a discussion of what we said at our meetings. So they will understand the points that were raised by Commissioner Kuznick, Commissioner Alpert, Frank, and Commissioner Marks as to where the development agreement needs to be modified. So it's not like it will disappear and we're just sending up something to the City Council that says, here's the DA. That being said, I'd like someone to make a motion to bring the resolution forward for discussion and someone to second that so we can have a vote on doing that.
Commissioner Wallace, before we go there, you'd made a comment that we would accompany our decision, whatever it is, with a more formal, and I don't know what that looks like, for lack of a better word, set of comments or recommendations from this commission to the council, for their consideration. Did you look to do that through something as a formal discussion, or were you just going to leave it to the staff report, or what was your vision of how that would take place?
It's actually the latter, because I discussed with Ms. Chamberlain how to bring in front of the City Council the various points that were raised. For example, the issue that Commissioner Marks brought up about the term of the contract, the other points that he raised about the business terms, which are legitimate concerns to bring up. Also the comments that were made about the economic value of what was being received by Sunset and the city. I have been told that the staff will prepare as part of their staff report a recitation or a summarization of those. So our concerns and comments will go up in front of the City Council in that fashion. Okay. Now, if you want to supplement that by making some comments to staff, I suppose that's okay too, but we don't want to bury the City Council with everything. But that's how I was planning on doing. I wasn't planning on having staff draft a memo outlining our various comments, having come back for us for a vote. No. They'll bring it up to the council.
No, I get that. So for example, we didn't, for example, didn't share what my recommendations were. I wasn't sure that was appropriate when we were just going through our original comments, and I'm not sure if I was the only one that just followed the letter of what your instructions were, or not. There were other comments or recommendations that you would have want to send forward and wanted to make sure that Debbie captured them, or how would you want to capture those, if at all? Or was it one of those forever hold your tongue, speak now, and I didn't, or maybe I'm the only one that didn't share, my concerns or comments or suggestions that I'd want to carry forward to the council.
I'll let Ms. Chamberlain speak, but my reaction off the top is that it should be done at the hearing. So if you have a list of recommendations, we can do it at that time at this meeting. But I'll like to solicit Ms. Chamberlain's comments.
Yeah, I mean, I could have spoken, I could have spoken for an extra 10 minutes or 5 minutes. I thought you didn't want us to do that at the time. So that's all. That's all. I could have kept going. I just chose to just answer your question at the time you told us to talk. So, but it's getting late. We can move on. Okay. With that said, yeah.
So we're at the point in this conversation, as I like to share my funnel with the commission, right? We're at that point where we have a resolution before you. The chair has asked for it to be introduced with a motion, the second for discussion. As part of that discussion, we can then go through the resolution, and then there have been some changes identified by myself in my presentation, and then a clarification on the term raised by Commissioner Marks, and then language offered by Ms. Curtin that are appropriate to be included in the revised draft to go to the City Council. So if there are items such as that we need to include as part of the development agreement, then we need to hear those tonight as part of the formal motion. All comments, the discussion of the commission, as Chair Wallace has mentioned, will be summarized in our staff report to the City Council.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Alpert?
And my two comments were of the nature of the term of the agreement.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let's go back to square one. If we have a motion.
And do you want us to just focus on one resolution? There are three resolutions. Do you want us to just start with one of the three, or how do you want us to proceed?
Sorry, quick.
Let's do the first one and go over that. And I think then we can go over the other two. So let's start with resolution 15-20. It means someone has to make a motion.
Is this a motion this is a motion just to discuss resolution 15-20?
That is correct. That is
Okay,
correct.
I so move.
I'll second it for discussion purposes only.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to move resolution 15-20 ahead for discussion. Ms. Cervez, can we have a roll call?
Sure. So we have mover Commissioner Frank,
Aye.
seconder Commissioner Marks,
Aye.
Commissioner Alpert,
Aye.
Vice Chair Kuznick,
Aye.
and Chair Wallace.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's reverse the order in which we're discussing. Commissioner Kuznick, you get to go first this time.
I'm going to pass to the next, because this is a little bit different than I was anticipating doing. So go ahead.
Okay. So the question is, does anyone want to suggest changes to the resolution itself? That's really the issue before us. Commissioner Frank?
The only comment I have, and this would apply to all three. There was an agreement to set a limit of 6 months on the completion of the outside parks, which in turn, of course, the resolution attaches the development agreement, which in turn refers to Exhibit E as its phasing plan. And I didn't see an Exhibit E that confirmed the 6-month period. That was the only comment and I may have missed it because there is an Exhibit E that's attached to one of the three resolutions that has an asterisk by the beginning date. And my sense of it is maybe that asterisk is tied to the 6-month period that's been agreed to as the completion date. So I would just ask that that be added or clarified, since that was the agreement that was reached in the last 2 weeks anyway, after the last meeting.
I think, Ms. Chamberlain, that'd be part of the development agreement itself rather than the resolution.
I believe it is included. Let me see if I can find the section reference for you and you can come back with that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I insofar as the resolution attaches and incorporates the development agreement, I thought it appropriate to bring it up there as what I view as a potential omission.
Thank you, Commissioner Marks.
I have to say, I'm not really sure how to proceed here. I have some suggestions if I were going to vote for this for 4 sections of the actual agreement. I don't know how I talk about the resolution without talking about those sections. Maybe you can guide me on this. I talked about the term, which Attorney Curtin seemed to resolve. Section 5.3, where the timing of the project construction phasing, I didn't agree that it should be the community development director. I thought it should be the city council. 6.3, inclusionary housing, I had concerns relative to the red line language that should supersede the first 2 black line languages, and even a change in the red line, and a new density bonus section. So the resolution as crafted per se, I don't have language problems with. I might have intent problems, or what it says, but it's the agreement that I have issues with. I don't know how to proceed here.
Well, what we're doing now is discussing the language of the resolution. After we do that, we can decide whether to approve or disapprove the resolution. The comments that you made about changes in the development agreement itself, as I understand it, will go up to the city council for its review.
Well, through the chair, if the commission's making physical change to the agreement, such as Commissioner Frank's 6-month, it got cut up on that table. That asterisk is meant to acknowledge the 6-month construction table schedule. So it didn't quite, when it got PDF, I think it got cut off, and I missed that. I apologize. But if there's a commissioner who has proposed amendments to the DA, such as Commissioner Marks on the density bonus, the commission should discuss that and make a recommendation up or down on that.
Okay.
Well, that being the case, I'll start with, I think we all pretty much agreed with how Ms. Curtin was going to try and handle the term issue. I don't have much to discuss about that. I think that seemed generally workable to everybody. In 5.3, I do not believe it should be the community development director who can authorize a change in phasing. And my rationale was, this is not the same as a developer who's privately funding the phasing of a project, but there are public funds that are involved with the park amenities that get triggered by the construction phasing. And I think therefore, since the council is the decider of the development agreement, it ought to be the council that changes the timing.
As opposed to, say, for example, the city manager?
Yes, I believe this is essentially something that belongs to the body that agreed to the development agreement.
Okay. Let me ask the city attorney for her input on this.
Well, I think that is a suggestion you can make. Is whether the council really wants to make that change or take on that role. I mean, so I think it depends on how people feel, but whether the development director is the right person to, guess follow through the direction of what the council wants, or if you think that it needs to go back to the council.
Okay. Commissioner Marks, the first item that you mentioned was the term, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, and I know I'm sort of speaking out of school here, but Ms. Curtin is still here, and I want to make sure she earns her money. Are you in agreement with Commissioner Marks on that point? Now, to be fair, it's probably not fair to ask you to make a commitment like that in a meeting like this. So let's do it this way. It's really unfair to do that. Tell you what, Commissioner Marks, the most logical way to proceed is, let's do it this way. Why don't you state for the record what the change you want to make in section 4.2 is, and we'll just go through the sections you want, and we'll do a vote on it. So the record's clear whether we're making a recommendation or not.
What I'm trying to achieve is that every public park or recreation amenity that was included in the development agreement in attachment E and any others is constructed per our understanding. And if you shorten the term, I want to know what occurs in terms of relief. The city no longer has the obligation to grant a credit for that particular improvement that might have been included in the original term, and that the developer, in this case Sunset, has to pay the fee. And so if it's 25-year term and something was promised in 28 years, I want to know that that's addressed so that the city is made whole. I don't know the wording to use. I thought that what Ms. Curtin put forward pretty much dealt with it. I just simply want to make sure that we don't get stuck thinking something's going to occur and it doesn't, and yet fee credit, is awarded.
Okay, so the problem is that I don't know exactly what you're saying. Is there a way that you can word it that follows along this line? We recommended the city council that whatever section you're talking about contains a provision that says X. I don't know how else we can vote on whether to make that a recommendation of the council or not without having some specificity as to the language.
I agree. The starting point, if you want to start with that language, that's fine. It's the nuts and bolts of it that's important to me. There are people who think the lakeside improvements are really a good deal. If they aren't scheduled to occur during the term of the agreement, what happens? What happens in terms of what is owed to the city? What happens in terms of, that facility? I want that addressed in some fashion. I don't have the words right now, Eric. I can't offer the precise language. It may be a reason for bringing this back to us, or not, but that's what I'm trying to achieve.
Ms. Chamberlain, do you know what section that Commissioner Marks is talking about? And is there a way to draft something to the city council that says we recommend that you modify section XX along these lines? Or is it just too indefinite?
No, I think section 4.2 regarding the term, and I believe what Ms. Curtin stated before, it provides us the direction and the intent of what needs to occur. So we can draft language that I think will satisfy what the commission's concern is.
Is that good enough for you, Commissioner Marks?
Yes.
Okay. That was easy. Okay, let's move on to section 5.3, which is who gets to make the decision on the changes. You suggested we change community development director to the city council. The first question I'd like to ask is to Ms. Chamberlain, since you're the community development director, what's your thought on that?
Well, I think, you know, projects move quite quickly. And so there could be some very minor, I mean, the way to kind of put it out there, there could be minor and major phasing changes potentially. But, you know, there may be a timing issue coming up, and Sunset needs to be a little bit more nimble, where it's something that, you know, the director could make the decision. But always remember, through our municipal code, the director has the ability to refer it to the planning commission for additional discussion too.
Let me ask the city attorney a question. Let's assume hypothetically that section 5.3 was written to make the decision maker for that particular subject to the city council. Could they delegate that authority to the community development director or the city manager?
Yes, they always have the authority to delegate.
Okay.
Commissioner Wallace, again,
Yes.
my concern is not so much minor changes in phasing. It's a change in phasing that affects an amenity that we thought at this level, at this time, was going to be constructed or come online at a particular time. So if something wasn't the trigger for an amenity that was included in this being affected, then I'm not so concerned about it. But where public dollars are involved, and the council was the deciding body about where to allocate those dollars, and the timing of improvements that would be received in exchange for the credit against those dollars, it seems to me that that's where the council ought to be involved.
I understand where you're going to, but I don't know that there's language that can be drafted that does that. And I, for one, am a little bit loath to place the burden on the city council to make these types of decisions. That's why I asked whether they could delegate the authority to a community development director or the city manager. I'm open for suggestions.
Through the chair, I might too, to remind the commission that there are subsequent approvals the commission's going to be reviewing. And those amenities are also going to be tied to the subsequent approval. So really there is a checks and balance already built in to when the phasing of those amenities will occur. So you'll have a project come before you and you'll be able to have that check that amenity is on schedule to be built. But there's also, for those offsite parks per se, there is a building permit trigger, and the amenity phasing schedule has a timing associated with it too. So there are triggers that are attached to the agreement. And I understand Commissioner Marks' comment about, you know, a major improvement, but I'm wondering if it could be captured as part of your subsequent review of those of the future phases.
I don't know, Commissioner Marks?
I don't want to come off as intransigent in this stuff. I really don't. I just happen to think that this belongs to the city council when public funds are involved. If it's something that doesn't affect an amenity that we thought was important and was coming at a certain point, I'm not even saying the council should reject it. I'm simply saying they should be aware of it and discuss it in public so that the public who has been expecting whatever it might be is also aware and also has the opportunity to comment.
How about this? That we forward up to city council that you have recommended to the city council that the decision maker for the city in section 5.3 is the city council. And let them make that decision.
I think that would be fine. I would ask Debbie that you include my rationale for requesting this, but that would be a reasonable way to resolve this.
Thank you. Is that, Ms. Chamberlain, that work out?
That's fine.
That doable? Okay. What's the next, Commissioner Marks?
Item 6.3, and I do feel very much like this is really important. The first two sentences in black print are, I think, virtually the same as what we saw the first time.
It is.
Then it says developer has agreed. I think the first two sentences should be eliminated because it's conflicting with the red line. The developer may satisfy a portion or all of the affordable requirements through an alternate approach in accordance with the municipal code. I'm not looking for this. We sold this project to ourselves on the basis that we were going to provide needed workforce units, and fee collection and alternative means don't do it. We need the units. We're only getting the bare minimum, but at least let's get that. I think it should say developer shall provide all inclusionary housing units on the master plan property. I don't think there ought to be any wiggle room or any ambiguity.
Okay, Ms. Chamberlain, in your discussions with Sunset, is the red line sentence consistent with what was discussed and agreed to? And are the two sentences that precede it contrary to that?
So yes, the red line is what was discussed with Sunset, and I'll let them chime in if they agree to change agree to shall. But we discussed it at the last meeting, and the zoning ordinance, the inclusionary housing ordinance does have an alternative means because the example I used last time, if we had a nonprofit all affordable housing project come into CITYWALK, for example, that would be alternative compliance. But it would be built within CITYWALK, but it's a different method of compliance than what's currently being proposed right now.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah,
I would have to differ with that interpretation. I think that we are at a point where it is conflicting, and we are potentially missing an opportunity. If Bridge Housing, who I've worked with in the past, came into CITYWALK and said, we will build for you on your property whatever number of affordable units, that certainly complies because the units are within the CITYWALK master plan area and they are workforce rentable or available for people who are in a certain income category. This is not about who builds it. It is about the units being built as opposed to fees being collected or some other location and occurring on the CITYWALK project. I would encourage Sunset to work with Bridge Housing or any of the other nonprofits. I just don't think that fee collection or moving it to some other location is what we talked about during this review process.
Well, through the chair, we can forward that recommendation to the council. I do believe that the applicant will agree to change agree to shall too, so.
But again, I think the first two sentences are conflicting with the red line.
Well, I realize it's a little bit irregular, but at 10:30 at night, we'll have to live with that. Mr. Engen or Ms. Curtin, I did look at those sections of Muni Code. I don't know that it allows them to build, well, certainly doesn't allow you to build outside the city. And I'm not sure whether for rental units allows you to get away with building them or not building them, just paying money. But let me sort of cut to the chase. Apparently you've agreed to the last red line drawing. What is your position on whether to reduce section 6.3 down to that last sentence with shall provide?
May I answer that?
Yeah, that's what I was asking you in my long-winded roundabout way.
Yes, the intent of the agreement is that we shall and will build them all within the master plan. The only reason for tying the language for alternative means is that right now the policy is that you build all the units kind of dispersed through the project. And we want the ability in the future to be able to build which is much more difficult to finance. And if we want to do it faster and get more affordable units here faster in the future, we may want to do an all affordable building within all of the buildings, which is currently discouraged by the policy of the city, but in the future may not. And so we want the ability to be able to do that. That's the only reason for that. Not trying to escape by paying fees, not trying to escape by building it offsite. So we're definitely willing to clarify that all of the affordable units will be built within the master plan and not feed out and not built anywhere outside of the city. So one of the other things I'm wondering, and I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but given that the resolution is all about the compliance with the general plan, could all of the comments around that, including the opinions of all the commissioners of what they'd like to see changed, just be handled in a memo to the council versus going through all of the language tonight and just vote on whether or not this resolution meets the guidelines, even though there's disagreements on the value and all of that, but that can be submitted to the council versus going through each of those languages pieces tonight.
Well, I think that Commissioner Marks said about 4 items. We've done 3. And the answer to your question is that the comments of the commissioners are going to be summarized in the staff report when it goes up to the city council, either up or down. So the point of doing it now was to be able to deliver these comments to the city council ahead of time so they could make a decision when you appear in front of them, so they can make a decision at that time on that language. So that's why we're doing it this way.
Understood.
Okay.
Eric, I want to say that whatever the municipal code says is irrelevant. The whole point of the development agreement is to bargain and get things that the code does not necessarily allow or prohibit. Take a look at what we are doing throughout the rest of the agreement. We are not saying we have to stick strictly to the municipal code. We are straying from the municipal code. We have the same option here. To say that this section or any section has to be constrained by what's in the municipal code defeats the purpose of a development agreement.
Right, and I mean, I think that's a valid point to make, is that to a certain extent, the city can agree to things that otherwise would, are subject to the code. Here's my question to you, Commissioner Marks. By Sunset required to build all the inclusionary housing units on site, do you think that that language would preclude what Mr. Engen has talked about in terms of where to locate the units?
I don't think it addresses the issue at all.
Right.
While I may or may not agree with one building having all the units, that's a discussion for downstream. Build the units within the CITYWALK master plan area. I think it would be very smart to work with a nonprofit. They've got oodles of experience and they're generally easy to work with. I'm concerned that we get 675 actual units that are time restricted per state law and that they're built in that project area. And however Jerry finds to do that, that works for me.
Okay, so would it be sufficient for all concerned to have in the staff report to the city council that the recommendation of the planning commission is that section 6.3 basically say, quote, developers shall provide all inclusionary housing units on the master plan property, period, close quote. I see everybody nodding up. And would that work for you?
Are you saying it should, the language in the agreement itself should be changed, and that's the language?
Exactly.
Then I'm happy with that.
Right. Okay. I think we covered that point. Do you have another one?
The last one was, I think there ought to be something about it prohibiting a density bonus. We were told that if 4,500 units was approved, Sunset was willing to waive any opportunity to apply for a state density bonus. And it's my understanding if they ever did, there'd be nothing we could do to stop it. I don't say that they're planning to do that. I'm not questioning Jerry's integrity. I'm saying this is a 25-year agreement. I don't know who's coming up 15 years from now. They should be prohibited from applying for it and should agree to that. They already have.
So basically what you're asking for is a provision in the development agreement that says Sunset waives any right to apply for a state bonus, a density bonus.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Ms. Chamberlain, was that the subject of an agreement? It'll make it easier if it was. If it wasn't, then we'll go plan B.
I am going to defer the city attorney. I'm not sure that's legal.
Okay.
I would caution about putting something in there about waiving density bonus rights, since, as you know, there's recent legislation being affirmative about density bonus and encouraging units production. So, I mean, although as you know, general contract law, you can contract away legal rights.
Certain non-waivable rights.
Yeah. I haven't found anything that says you can necessarily waive density bonus.
Okay, how about
so
this? How about this? That we recommend to the city council, if it is legal to do so, that Sunset agree to waive any density bonus, something along those lines. Does that cover the point? You're shaking your head sideways, Ms. Chamberlain.
Right, well, to the extent allowed by law, I think might be a better approach.
Right.
But I still caution, because the Housing Accountability Act, we could have housing accountability requires is pushing for building more units, not less. And a density bonus is one method of doing that. So, I mean, I would probably recommend that go into the staff report as a discussion item that was discussed amongst the commission, unless there's unanimity amongst the commissioners to modify that language.
Okay. Commissioner Marks, given that there is some legal uncertainty as to whether what you want to do is legal or not, is the solution that Ms. Chamberlain proposed acceptable?
I would ask that if we do it in the way that she suggested, that whatever goes up to the city council include a legal review by the city attorney as to whether or not it is legal or not legal, citing points and authorities.
Well, far be it from me to take work away from an attorney, so I think that's a good idea. Is that acceptable to everybody else? I see. Okay. Any other things, Commissioner Marks?
I'm prepared to shut up.
Okay. Okay. So we've covered all the points that Commissioner Marks raised. With respect to the resolution itself, I don't know that I got an answer from Commissioner Marks as to whether he wanted to make any changes in it.
I'm not prepared at this point to say that I can make the findings here. There's too much that's unknown. I don't know what's going to come back. I would be happy to, well, I won't be happy, but I'd be willing to send this up to the council with no action on the part of the commission and the staff report that Debbie was talking about, and the no action at that point being, we're looking to see if these changes get approved. If the changes in the development agreement that I'm suggesting aren't included, irrespective of how I feel about the business terms, it would be difficult for me to approve the resolution. And I still have very strong feelings about the business terms. But again, the affordable housing, how do you not do that when all we've heard for years is we're not building housing for the workforce? And the term, if that language isn't agreeable, how do I support the resolution? So I'm sort of in nowhere land right now. I don't feel like I can go forward on this until some issues are resolved.
Okay. All right. Here's my suggestion on resolution. I would suggest striking paragraphs 4, 5, and 6. I would keep paragraph 3, and I would strike, keep 1, and on paragraph 2, I would strike everything after General Plan 2035. Basically, what we're saying is that the development agreement is consistent with the General Plan 2035, period, with a little bit of cherry on top for the city center vision. But basically, we are fulfilling our obligations under section D643 of the ordinance. So I would like a motion made to approve resolution 1520 as drafted, with the recommendation to include the comments by the commissioners that have been made at this meeting as to changes that should be considered by the city council when it considers the development agreement. Go ahead, Commissioner Alpert.
I realize it's almost impossible to have something other than what Mr. Marks already found in the development, but I actually did have a couple of things I'd like to at least call out, for possible consideration, believe it or not. Packet page 36, the point of sale determination. And I do not need to play lawyer. I don't need to play planner, but I would like to strongly encourage the attorneys to take a look at packet page 40, or packet page 36, point of sale determination. It doesn't read like any contract I've ever seen where it says the parties desire to identify the project and the parties shall work together to designate the property as the point of sale. It doesn't feel enforceable. And as Debbie has highlighted for us, that compliance with that is worth about $200,000 a year to the city. So I would just encourage, prior to sending it to the council, that more than a desire, be attempted or work together. And I trust the city attorney and the developer attorney to just write language that feels more than just recital type language. That would be my suggestion. And then the second one.
Let me ask a question. And I don't know, maybe this is outside the scope of the city attorney, but I'm assuming that the reason that it says desires to identify the project site as the point of sale is that the parties may not be able to specifically identify for purposes of sales tax what the point of sale was. It's they present evidence or whatever to the franchise tax board, or I forget which the other one is, that the sale was made in San Ramon, but it's up to the state agency to make that determination.
Through the chair, actually, what in very brief, typically the developer will register with the state and identifying all the subcontractors that will be working. And so the sales tax is then remitted directly to the city. There's also a condition of approval that mandates that this occur too. So this is memorializing that condition of approval.
Okay.
Right. And I agree, and I've seen contract language like this before, and it could be as simple as the developer submits evidence that all of the subcontractors have submitted adequate paperwork to the franchise tax board to demonstrate compliance. It just needs to be more than we all tried, or we said we tried. And I think it's a contract for 27 years, and let's treat it like a business deal between two parties that aren't just friends sitting around a table. That's all. The second one I would like to encourage the city and the attorneys to work together is packet page 41 under parts and fee credits under the expiration of the term and maintenance clause.
Could you run that by me again?
Packet page 41.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah,
right in the middle there, it says prior to the expiration of the term, the parties shall meet to determine the future maintenance and capital improvement obligations for the master parks plan. Developer may elect to continue with these obligations at its own expense, or the city shall assume these obligations. I'd like to suggest language that says more than just prior, knowing that if the developer chooses to no longer maintain the property, which is possible, that will trigger a whole sequence of events and obligations on the part of the city, such as hiring people, perhaps, contracting people or signing maintenance agreements or whatever it might take. So rather than just prior, I would like to suggest that 6 months or 12 months prior to the expiration, that Sunset gives notice of their intent to no longer maintain the property, just to give us, the city, some advance warning. That's all.
So what you're asking for is a language in that sentence that says upon 6 months written notice.
Right, just to give the city a little bit of chance to react if necessary. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the only two changes I would like to suggest.
Okay. Any others, Gary?
No, sir.
Let's see, Commissioner Frank, I think you've already shot your pistol there. Commissioner Kuznick.
I, yield to my colleagues, and I stated my concern, so I'll leave the word mincing.
Okay, so there's two things that we've done. We've already gone through the agreement, sort of minute detail about the changes we want made. They have been dutifully recorded by staff and will appear in the staff report. I have suggested a change to the resolution that basically strips it down to it's compliant with the general plan, which is what our function is under the ordinance, at least in terms of what we're asked to say to the city council. So I would like to have a motion made to approve the resolution as amended with the comments by commissioners being forwarded to the city council, because we need to move forward with this one way or the other.
Commissioner Wallace, could you, or Chair Wallace, I'm sorry, could you just, reiterate or refresh my memory where we're striking and deleting on the actual, sure. So I'm on page 24, packet page 24.
Right. Actually, paragraph 6 that starts on 24 goes over the top. That's out. Okay. Paragraph 5 is out. Paragraph 4 is out.
Thank you.
The only other change is paragraph 2, where everything after general plan 2035 on line 2 is out.
Okay.
I will move adoption of resolution number 15-20 as amended on the dais tonight.
I will second, or I should say, recommendation of resolution 15-20 of the city council as amended and with the comments as have come from the other commissioners and will be transmitted to the city council.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Can we have a roll call vote?
Sure. So we have mover Commissioner Alpert.
Aye.
Seconder Commissioner Frank.
Aye.
Commissioner Marks.
I am not sure that I can support this by saying, if we're saying that the development agreements are consistent with the general plan. I made the case that I don't find them consistent with the parks and recreation element. I'm not sure what more I can say. With the changes that might be made, I still don't agree with the business terms. The language of the resolution is one thing, but we're considering it separate from the actual business terms, where at least I've made some concerns known and other people have as well. How do you do that? How do you say it's consistent with the general plan when we have made all these comments? So I'm going to vote no on this, and I apologize for taking so much time. Jerry, I really do think the CITYWALK project is a good project. I simply disagree with the development agreements, not with the project. And I would defend the project anytime, anywhere.
Okay. Vice Chair Kuznick,
I'm going to say no.
and Chair Wallace.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we have two more resolutions and two more development agreements. First question I ask is, does anybody have any changes to the development agreements that are part of the other two resolutions that haven't been covered under the development agreement that we've just been discussing? I see people shaking their heads left to right. No, okay. With respect to the other two resolutions, is there any language that you want to change that is different than what we did in resolution 1520? I'm still saying left to right, no. Okay. So I would entertain a motion to approve the other two resolutions, which are, bear with me here, 1620, with the comments forward up to City Council that were made with respect to the development agreement that was approved in Resolution 15-20.
Through the chair, I'll need two separate motions, one for each resolution.
Right, that's why I said 16-20.
Thank you.
I will move to approve resolution 16-20 for approval to the City Council as amended in similar part that we did to 15-20, and with those same comments from the commissioners going on to the City Council.
I guess I will second Commissioner Frank's motion.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Could we have a roll call?
All right, we had mover Commissioner Frank,
Aye.
seconder Commissioner Alpert,
Aye.
Commissioner Marks,
No.
Vice Chair Kuznick,
No.
and Chair Wallace.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to resolution 17-20. I guess it's Commissioner Alpert's turn to make the motion.
I move adoption of resolution 17-20 as amended in similar fashion to resolution 15-20 on the dais with the same comments as previously discussed to the City Council.
I second that motion.
So have a roll call vote.
All right, we had mover Commissioner Alpert,
Aye.
seconder Commissioner Frank,
Aye.
Commissioner Marks,
No.
Vice Chair Kuznick,
No.
and Chair Wallace.
Aye.
All right.
Before we decide whether we want to continue on, I think we need a motion after 11 o'clock. I just want to make a few comments. I've been on the commission since February of 2010. I would say that the conversations we've had on CITYWALK on the development agreement have been the most complicated that I've ever sat through. Korea was a cakewalk compared to this. And I want to compliment each and every one of you for the thought that you placed in the comments that you've made. The comments you've made are thoughtful. They have certainly some validity, but I want to say that it is obvious to me that everyone thought carefully, long and hard about this with the goal of making this agreement the best that we could. I think the comments that were made will go up to City Council and they can decide, how they want to allocate the city's resources as they see fit with our advice. But I want you to know that I thought each and every one of you did a commendable job, and I am proud to serve on the commission with each one of you.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. That's very nice. Appreciate that.
Now we have another item on the calendar tonight. So I want to ask staff, since it's about 10:50, what our options are.
Thank you. Just about to chime in. So first, I'm going to ask for a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock so we can have a brief conversation. So if I can get a motion in a second and a vote on that, please.
Okay. So can we have a motion to continue the hearing past 11 o'clock?
I will
So
move.
moved. No,
Yes,
go ahead, Jean.
second. No,
Whatever.
we're going for it. We moved that the meeting goes past 11.
Okay, I'll take Jean as the mover.
That's fine.
Vice Chair Kuznick, and seconder was Commissioner Marks.
Yes, that's fine.
And I'll just do a quick roll call vote. We have Commissioner Alpert,
Aye.
Commissioner Frank,
Aye.
and Chair Wallace.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have a few options. We do have Costco gas. We can hear the staff presentation and conversation about the applicant and public testimony, and then continue. The November 3rd meeting, we had planned on counseling, but if we need to hold that meeting, we certainly can hold that meeting. It is election night, but that's the commission still has business to do. Or the commission can decide now just to continue the matter and start fresh on November 11th. I would recommend
We don't
that,
take that as a legal holiday.
no, I would recommend that we have the staff presentation and let the
Yes.
public speak who have been waiting would be
Yes.
my suggestion, but I'll leave it to the commission to decide.
Let me back up. The 11th, isn't that the city council meeting? That's the
I'm
second.
sorry, the 3rd.
Okay. So
November
3rd,
would be the
election day.
election day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I've been off my days for the last month. Yeah.
Okay. Let's open up for discussion.
I say let's go for it tonight.
I agree. I'm going to have availability issues on the 3rd. Working for the county, I've already been sort of put on notice to leave that night open.
Party time, huh?
Santa Clara County.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't mean in that. I don't mean in that respect. I mean from a work respect. So.
Sure. Okay.
Now, I think we should try to get through it
Okay.
as much as we can.
Commissioner Alpert?
Okay, well, I don't want you guys to think I pre-staged this, but I'd already spoken to Attorney Alicia Poon, and I'm going to have to excuse myself tonight on this issue. We happen to be share owners in Costco, and to avoid any illusion of conflict, I'm going to have to excuse myself from this project. And it has nothing to do with the late hour. I would gladly stay if I could, but I'm going to have to click off at this time, and I will read the staff report at a later day to see there. So good night, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
Okay. So we've decided to go forward. So Shanae, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Chair and the Commissioners. I would like to share the PowerPoint presentation. Jen, could you allow me to do that?
Hold on one second. I think I have to make you co-host, possibly. I think, can you request to share? It's not letting you?
Not letting me do that.
Okay.
Inye is a co-host.
All
now.
right. Go ahead and try it now. I switched the.
All right. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Here we go. So the Costco service station architecture review, development plan, minor use permit, and master sign program applications to be considered tonight. And then the proposed location is 3111 Fosteria Way, across the street from the Costco warehouse in town of Danville. And the general plan designation is mixed use commercial. And it is also North Camino Ramon specific plan commercial mixed use designation. Use classification is service commercial. Oh, sorry, service station, and it is allowed with a minor use permit. The project site is 2.88 acre lot. An existing 30,000 square foot building will be demolished to construct the service station. And the site is accessible from 3 points. One from this main entrance, and then also from the west is a Magnolia Square parking lot, and then east is extended stay. Extended stay has 2 access points here and here. A Magnolia Square parking lot, north parking lot, has access point from Fostoria Way here and Crow Canyon Place here. And then project site is surrounded by a mix of commercial uses and all the way around. And the nearest residential development is Fostoria Terrace Townhome, approximately 520 feet to the east, which is here. The proposed service station consists of 16 double-faced dispensaries, a total of 32 motor vehicle fueling pumps or locations. And the Costco signs will be on the 4 sides of the canopy. And a minor modification to the existing parking lot, which is around here, the modification. And then existing parking lot will be enhanced with new landscaping, and also new landscaping will be provided around the gas station or service station. It is a proposed canopy with new signs shown on 2 sides here, but the same signs on 2 other sides as well. The size of the canopy is approximately 13,000 square feet and no taller than 17.5 feet, more or less, a minimum clearance of 14.5 feet. And sign sizes are approximately 21 square feet. And part of the proposal is to enhance the intersection here on Fostoria Way, which is at the main entrance to the Costco warehouse in the town of Danville, and also the main entrance to the proposed service station. And this intersection in the PM peak hour is congested, and it's not meeting the level of service that the city would like to see. But applicant is proposing to install the signal here to alleviate the existing conditions. And public art is on the existing site. The Iron Horse is the name of this piece. It will remain on site. This piece will be removed temporarily for the construction and then reset in the same proximity at this location. With respect to the CEQA analysis, it is qualified for class 32 infill exemption because the proposed project is consistent with the general plan, North Camino Ramon specific plan, and zoning policies and standards. And also the site is less than 5 acres in the city limit. And also the subject property does not have habitat value for endangered, rare, or threatened species. Also, the proposed project would not result in any significant effects to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. And this is supported by the document's technical analysis provided by the applicant. Also, the project site is adequately served by all required utilities. With that, staff recommends that Commission receive the staff report and a presentation by the applicant and open the public hearing and take public testimony on the proposed project, close the public hearing, consider the project, and deliberate, and if appropriate, adopt resolution number 18-20 approving the proposed project. With that, I'd like to stop this and then share another site plan, which is this one, for the applicant to discuss or present the project. And Sean Anderson is the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, will you address the commission?
Yes, good evening. Name's Sean Anderson from Barghausen Consulting Engineers out of Kent, Washington. And with me tonight, we do have the development team. So if we do get into a lengthy discussion or there's questions from the commission, we do have all of our members available to help answer any of those questions. First, I want to start by thanking staff for their presentation, and also to just confirm that we have read the staff report and conditions of approval and do concur with the findings and conditions. The fuel facility project, as you're probably all very aware, is a new service for the Danville warehouse that Costco's been really hoping to obtain for a long time. Costco's goal generally is to provide the same level of service for each of their members at each of their warehouses. So as you're all very much aware, the Danville site currently does not have the same fuel service that other locations such as Livermore, Concord, and beyond have. We're very excited we were able to work with the city of San Ramon to come up with a plan that we really think works well for this site and develop something that really has been a greatly anticipated project by the local membership base. In fact, I was just made aware today that the local warehouse set out a petition that received over 1,000 signatures from members at the warehouse in support of the project. A few words about the design. The facility is a 4-dispenser or row design, as Shania described. That's 16 dispensers total. And this is Costco's current standard, especially in markets where they believe that the demand is going to be high. And what this layout provides is extra wide bypass lanes in between each row, which allow for vehicles to comfortably and safely pass through the dispenser rows. And then also spacing between each of the dispensers to allow for maneuverability of vehicles to each of the dispensers. Overall, the goal of this design is to provide the most efficient fuel experience possible for members to get them through the facility safely and quickly. Also, in terms of the orientation on the site, the intent was to maximize the queuing storage within the site itself and still maintain the area of parking along Fostoria to allow for employees to use as parking during their shift. And that's the anticipated use of that parking area up front there. A few words about the operation of the facility, just to make sure that it's clear for the commission. Costco fuel facilities only sell gas, no other commercial products or even fuel-related products. And all point of sale occurs at the dispenser. In addition to the spacing and bypass lanes that I described earlier, the facility is also a one-way flow facility, meaning that all vehicles will enter in through the same entrance area and go in one direction through the facility. At the entrance of each of those rows, there will be lights installed, which will indicate which positions are open, again, to help further increase the efficiency and convenience for members in the queue. Additionally, there is a train attendant that will be on site during all operational hours. trained to assist members both at the point of sale if they need help managing queues, but also to maintain the facility, including equipment checks, and provide emergency and spill response services as necessary. So again, a very highly trained attendee who will be on site at all times. Lastly, the field facility is not open 24 hours. It will have operational hours set to try and provide the most amount of convenience to their members throughout the day, but Costco does intend to limit the operation of the facility, so it won't be around the clock. With regards to the fuel system design, just wanted to note that it is a state-of-the-art facility that Costco is proposing here. As Barkhausen Consulting Engineers, we do a lot of tank and piping engineering for many clients up and down the West Coast and nationwide. So we're very experienced in the matter of fuel facilities, and can say with certain authority that this is a very well-designed facility. The tank system is double-walled fiberglass with multiple redundancies for monitoring and containment of spills, both in accordance with the State Water Resource Board regulations, but also just to ensure that, again, this really is a robust facility. Also, there's vapor control technology throughout the facility to control any fugitive emissions from the process of selling the fuel, and that includes during refueling, during member fueling, and then also system pressure management. All of these technologies combined are approved to operate at least 95% efficiency under CARB regulations, but have been shown through independent testing to operate up as high as 98% efficiency or more. So again, an emphasis on health and safety in the design of this facility through and through. And then lastly, again, just to reemphasize the unique feature that Costco provides at their facilities, which is a fully trained attendee that's trained specifically to their program and on site at all times. There will also be additional trained employees at the warehouse available for breaks, for relief, and to also assist the attendant out on site during peak periods or when necessary. So that was just a summary of some additional information I wanted to provide about the operations and the design of the facility to further assist the presentation that Chinny has already provided to the Commission. Again, we're here to answer any questions you may have, and appreciate the decision to take us forward tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Does the commissioners have any questions for either staff or Mr. Anderson?
I have one question.
Tee it up.
It's a simple one. Instead of removing the public art piece and then relocating it in its current location, is it possible that it could be relocated along or at least much closer to Fostoria Way in order that it be more publicly visible? It might cost you a couple parking stalls, but you have 127 on site, so.
Right. This is a good question, and the short answer to that question is that we were not really able to find a good location closer to Fostoria, both due to existing easements, but also to reduce our impact on, for instance, existing tree plantings along the frontage, and then also to continue to maintain the number of trees required to plant throughout the site. So, really, the existing location seemed to really work the best for this layout, and why we intend to maintain it in its current location.
Even in parking stalls, if you took out 2 or 3 parking stalls that are along Fostoria, that would be a problem.
The current amount of parking out there is a good amount of parking for Costco, specifically to allow for their employees offsite parking. Allowing for that offsite parking also benefits the membership by freeing up those spaces on the warehouse site. So again, it works better for the intent of Costco's operations to maintain as many parking stalls as possible.
Thank you.
I can't see all the other commissioners because of the way the setup is here. Maybe Sinead, you could take down the site plan. All right, thanks. Commissioner Kuznick or Commissioner Frank, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to, the one that was coming up in my head was the question about the signage, not the signage, but the electronic signaling to know which lane is available, and because we don't have that option of traffic spilling out onto the street. So as robustly and efficiently as we can get cars in into the correct line and moving, that will be very helpful. Unlike, Livermore or even Concord, where they can go through the parking lot. And so.
Mr. Frank, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, I had two. First, these are self-service stations?
Correct.
Second question is, how do you determine whether someone is a Costco member or not?
The point of sale is activated through the use of the membership card. So if someone who's not a member attempts to use the dispenser, it just simply won't activate without the card available.
So you have to stick in your executive membership card or something like that?
For those of us who are executive members, yes. Otherwise, yeah, you use your card to activate the point of sale, and then it'll take you through the process, the prompts for actually paying for the gas.
Okay.
Selecting your service.
Okay. Do we have any other questions for the applicant or staff? Seeing none, I am now going to open the public hearing. And Ms. Chavez, could you again remind the public what the terms and conditions of public comment are? After you unmute yourself.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, if you wish to speak during item 10.1, you may select the raise your hand button on your computer screen or *9 from your telephone, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Just as a reminder, you will only have one chance to speak and will not be called on again after you have already spoken, even if you raise your hand. So just a reminder, because we have seen some hands go up after they've already spoken, we will only call on you once and you will have those 3 minutes. So once those 3 minutes are up, we will go ahead and remute you and we'll give you a warning when your time is getting close. All right. So those are kind of the rules for doing your public comment. And Commissioner Wallace, if you're ready, I can go over some of the written late communication we received.
Do we have any oral public comment?
Did you want to take the attendees in the audience first before the written communication?
Let's do the written communication. I think you summarized it already, but for me at least.
It'll be pretty quick. So there were several comments we received. So the formatting of how we're going to go over them is a bit different. What happened is we received a total of 74 written late communication items related to this Costco gas station. Of those, 47 of the comments were in support of the project. 17 were in opposition. 7 did not state whether they were in opposition or support of the project. 2 commenters requested a delay in making a decision on the project. And one comment was received from Tiffany Gray, assistant manager at the Danville Costco, who supplied a petition of 1,100 signatures from members in support. So that is everything we received today before 6.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, do we have any people wanting to speak at public comment?
We do. We have quite a few people with their hands raised, so I'll just do the same formatting as before. If you're good with that, I'll just start from the top.
Let's go.
Okay. So Caitlin Mooney, I'll go ahead and start with you, and you are allowed to begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Caitlin Mooney. I am the third generation of the Cox family stores. I hope that my two sons will be the fourth generation, no matter what our business might look like in the future. I hope that small businesses in San Ramon will continue to exist. My job is to do station visits at night after our managers go home and when my husband can watch my boys. I make sure that we are the best. I check the restrooms. I check the squeegees and soapy water. I check for cleanliness of our pumps and the cleanliness of our stores. No big box could duplicate our efforts, but their buying power and financial strength can take away our business. Why do we need a mega station, which is headquartered in another state? Why would we allow them to destroy the viability of our individual small businesses, which have served the community for years and which give back to the community, which spend their dollars in our community? The year 2020 has been difficult, but we have survived. Please do not let 2021 take away our business of 25 years in San Ramon. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to our next speaker here. We have Carrie Cox, and you can go ahead and start, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Carrie Cox. I am the second generation of the Cox family stores. You just heard from my daughter. Our family has been an active part of the San Ramon community since 1995. We have done business in the Tri-Valley since 1976. My father and I have attended Mayor Bill Clarkson's State of the City address on February 20th. The mayor emphasized his pride in our small business community. On March 17th, when the shutdown began, our business sales dropped 70%. We remained open 24 hours per day. Our restrooms remained open. Not one employee lost a job. We stocked hard to find items like hand sanitizer, toilet paper, paper towels, hand wipes. Our profit on these items was minimal. Customers were thankful. We disinfect our stations regularly. We provide disposable gasoline gloves and hand disinfectant stands on the pump islands and in the stores. If this massive Costco gasoline facility is approved, just 1/4 of a mile away, our sales will be diminished significantly. Employees will be terminated. Other gas stations will suffer the same effect. Jobs will be lost. Please consider the small businesses. Do we really need more gas stations in San Ramon? Demand for gasoline is decreasing, not increasing. What are the net benefits of this project to the community? I oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on. We now have Luz Gomez. You are free to talk whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. My name is Luz Gomez. I'm a 40-year resident of San Ramon, former staff person at the Air District and a public health professional. So my comments have to do with some key things. It seems that the staff report states that the land use designation is intended for integrated mix of non-residential uses such as retail, service, and office. But the North Camino Ramon specific plan says that this is zoned for commercial mixed use, which includes infill development, including residential purposes. So it seems that there's a discrepancy between the staff report and what this is actually zoned for and whether or not residential purposes should be allowed. If we allow a gas station at this location, any dreams of more high density residential in the neighborhood are basically gone because of the sensitive receptors that would live nearby. In terms of sensitive receptors, I don't know whether Rambo took into consideration that directly behind the current Office Depot, there's something called Elite Prep. It's where children spend many hours after school and on weekends. I don't believe that Rambo considered this, and it's a sensitive receptor that I would have liked to have seen considered. Also, extended stay is literally next door, and while that property is considered commercial and hotel, the very name of it implies that the residents stay there for an extended period of time. So I saw no calculation that took into consideration the residents of the extended stay. Regarding the canopy, I would love to see solar panels on there if this is actually going to happen. And I would love to see some EV charging stations again, if this is going to happen. Regarding the traffic study, there was a comparison of traffic at other Costco gas stations in the state, but none of them had 32 pumps. The one that they considered with the most pumps had 30 pumps. So 32 pumps is quite mega gas station, and the comparison underestimates the number of trips considered. Also, it's disingenuous to say that it's the membership requirements, because there's membership requirements that people go to shop and then go to fuel. That would be the case if the warehouse hours and the gas station hours were the same, but the gas station hours are much longer than the warehouse hours. So this is obviously serving more than just people who visit the warehouse. Regarding emissions, there was a recent study that basically says that gas station toxic fume emissions are 10 times higher than previously thought. And so I would encourage everyone to look at the link that I provided in my written comment. Regarding idling, I would love to see some idling signage, and again, if this is going to
lose your time is up, but you can wrap it up.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, in the specific plan refers to the city determining whether or not a project like this would be basically good for the health of the people. And I'm not certain that this CEQA study conducted for this would meet the above requirements of the specific plan. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Chair Wallace, we still have quite a few people with their hands up here, so I'm just going to continue on with our next commenter, and that is John Bristow. You can speak whenever you're ready. Hi, John, can you hear us?
All right, there we go. I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me all right now?
There's quite a bit of feedback.
Okay, I think we took care of that. Does that sound better?
Perfect. Yep. Thank you.
So good evening, commissioners. Almost good morning, but I'd like to go on record with the Planning Commission as opposing the plan to build this 32 pump gas station across the street from the Danville Costco store on Fostoria Way. Now, as a resident of Fostoria Terrace, located right next to Costco on Fostoria Circle, I am absolutely against adding more industry to an area that has too much industry already, from another gas station and auto shops to a field of PG&E electrical towers. Cheap gasoline to be sure, but at what cost? There is a health concern that you heard about a moment ago from one of the speakers, including the fact that the prevailing winds that come out of the west through Crow Canyon would send the fumes from the extra motor traffic directly toward the Fostoria Terrace condo community and the other condos farther up Fostoria Way. There is the safety concern, 3 40,000-gallon underground fuel tanks in close proximity to several restaurants and other businesses that operate next door to that property in the Magnolia Square Shopping Center. Not a good idea. Add to that the additional traffic this would bring to an already busy area for people who might not even be shopping at the Costco store, but driving from all around the area just to save money on gas. Now, I'm afraid I don't buy the proponents' claim that there would be little, if any, traffic impact should the station be built. The population of the area has grown considerably since the Costco store was built. It's already difficult at times to exit the Costco parking lot onto Fostoria Way, so it's reasonable to believe that the addition of this large gas station would draw people from miles around, making the traffic situation significantly worse and creating a dangerous situation for pedestrians. I'm told by Newell Arnerich with the Danville Town Council that Danville once offered Costco a site farther away from the homes at a time when Costco tried to plant the gas station directly next to the Fostoria Terrace condos, Costco rejected that offer. Not all Costco stores have gas stations, and considering the makeup of this area, and again, the fact that there's already a gas station across the street from Fostoria Terrace, this Costco store does not need one either. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, so we will go ahead and move on to Christine Santiago. And you can speak when you're ready.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Christine Santiago. I live in Fostoria Terrace, right next to Costco and in front of the Chevron gas station car wash. I have lung cancer, even though I have never smoked in my life. I am being monitored by my oncologist after my horribly painful surgery last year, every 3 months for a total of 5 years before I am deemed cancer-free. And then COVID-19 struck, rendering everyone in panic mode, congregating at the Costco store and hoarding toilet paper, among other things. I have become homebound due to being at high risk of catching COVID since since the COVID pandemic began. The impact on us is serious. We will be adversely affected by the planned Costco gas station in terms of the following: our health, our safety, especially of our children's safety, our quality of life, and the small neighborhood atmosphere that we have built for years. Costco's gas stations attract everyone from everywhere due to the low gas prices they offer. Our area will be grossly impacted due to congestion and car emissions. As a matter of full disclosure, I do shop at Costco in Fostoria Way, but I like the store because it does not have a gas station. And I have been a longtime executive member of Costco, even when Costco was Price Club. I live in Fostoria Terrace, and some of my reasons are its proximity to the Iron Horse Trail, Mount Diablo, and small stores. We are also blessed with a wind path that makes our neighborhood much cooler than inner Danville. But the prevailing westerly winds would drive emissions from the idling cars to our residences. I also believe in what Danville stands for, and I quote, small town atmosphere, outstanding quality of life. Excuse me. I strongly oppose your city's plan to build a gas station. We were only given a pink half sheet of stock paper that served as a notice of a public hearing, as well as very little time to gather our thoughts, meet with our HOA, and contact our elected officials from Danville. Thus, I ask that you move the decision to your next meeting so that we can have more time to discuss our issues amongst other residents of Fostoria Terrace and our HOA, so that more people could be informed and given a chance to participate in your City of San Ramon planning regarding the building of the Costco gas station. And I am strongly opposed to the building of another gas station because we have a lot of gas stations in the area. Thank you very much for your time. Oh, I am also a professor and counselor emeritus because of my lung cancer, too young to retire, at the Chabot Las Positas Community College District.
Thank you, Christine.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have Carl Cox. You may go ahead and speak. And I'll start your timer once you're speaking.
Yeah, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Carl Cox. You have heard from my daughter, Carrie Cox, and my granddaughter, Caitlin Mooney. We are 3 generations of Cox family stores. We have a location at 3048 Crow Canyon Road, and we've had it since 1995. It is 1/4 of a mile from the proposed Costco site. The San Ramon area already has 31 gas stations within a 5-mile radius of the proposed Costco location. At a time when our state is rapidly moving away from fossil fuels, why should we do this? Based on Costco's own sales projections of 34,500,000 gallons per year, this equals the sales of 25 gas stations in one spot. Does this sound safe? Using Costco's average of 10 gallons per fill-up, this is 9,452 vehicles per day traveling to the Costco gas station, 18,904 total trips to and from. But according to the staff report, there will not be significantly more trips created. How is this possible? In a time when small businesses are struggling, please do not add to our difficulties. The sales tax dollars will mostly come from existing stations. The net sales tax to the city of San Ramon will be minimal. I request a complete environmental impact report, which will include the effects of small businesses, traffic, and air quality. I challenge the Costco reports, which show a reduction in vehicle miles traveled. I challenge the idle time of vehicles at 8 minutes. I challenge the fuel tanker deliveries of 6 per day. I challenge the conclusion that there will be no significant impact on air quality. And finally, I challenge the CEQA exemption. The project will have significant impacts on air quality, traffic, noise, and water quality. Thank you.
Thanks, Carl. All right, so we are moving on to Roya. Whenever you're ready.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, thank you for allowing us to speak this evening. I'd like to say I'm opposed to the Costco gas station because, as others have voiced, it will lead to an increase in traffic and congestion, as well as harm small business owners. I don't believe we need a gas station built in this area since it's not an underserved area. In fact, within a 1 mile radius alone of the Costco, there are over 5 gas stations. More importantly, Governor Newsom recently signed an executive order which states that by the year 2035, all new passenger vehicles should be zero emission. By building this gas station in an area already heavily populated by gas stations, we're taking a step backward in the wrong direction. The future of California is clean energy, and this proposed gas station does not align with these future environmental goals. Thank you.
Thanks, Roya. All right, next up we have Josh Hanna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Perfect, thank you. So my name is Josh Hanna. I now live in Danville, but grew up in San Ramon from the age of 6 to the age of 19, living and loving San Ramon. I have eaten more In-N-Out burgers than I care to admit. I recently graduated from Sonoma State University and now work in San Ramon. I care about the community. Governor Gavin Newsom flatly declared that in the next 15 years, we will eliminate in the state of California the sales of internal combustion engines. I do not see the need to build a large fuel station in our community, given the direction that California and our governor is taking. I care about our community. I care about our environment. This Costco gas station proposal makes no sense to me. There are plenty of gas stations in San Ramon. This will only take away sales from existing gas stations. It will create more traffic, more pollution in a concentrated area. I do not believe that vehicle miles traveled will be decreased by 2,752 miles because we are adding a 35 million gallon gas station. I do not believe that the impact on air quality is not significant as stated. More time is needed for the public to analyze these studies. Accepting Costco studies without verification is not wise. What idle time was used for vehicles? What number was used for queuing? How many fuel truck deliveries daily These need to be checked. I wonder who might know the answers. I love San Ramon. I want the best for our community. This process has been rushed without time for public to be properly notified. The air quality study was completed on September 22nd, 2020. The traffic study was completed just a few days ago and dated October 2020. The notice was mailed on October 9th to only businesses within 300 feet. 300 feet? This is a huge decision for our community. What is the rush? Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thanks, Josh. Okay, next we have Nellie Samadi. Feel free to correct me if I'm butchering any of your names.
Hello, there's two of us here. This is my wife. My name's Ashton. Her name's Nellie. I have a gas station in this area. So I'm going to be blunt and just forward. I'm not reading anything. There's 8 gas stations within a mile and a half of each other. Costco does almost $53 billion last quarter in profit. So they don't really need any more additives here. I took over the family business and inherited a $1.95 million debt, which is currently a struggle. I had to cut 4 hours of our business hours during Corona. Yeah, I tried refinancing my bank loan and they wouldn't do it because you guys aren't making enough profit this year. So with Costco coming in, possibly taking 10-20% of what we're doing is going to be a joke. There's 4 gas stations on the corner of Crow Canyon, and I guarantee you that Texaco is going to be the first to go, then that Valero, then that Shell.
Right. So, you know, when the federal government came in with the PPP check, they came in to help small businesses stay afloat, right? So we don't need big corporations like Costco in the area. They don't really need the assistance that small businesses do. So in order to keep, you know, the local businesses alive, that have been around, for example, my husband's business has been here for, you know, the last 17 years. They have a lot of loyal customers that come in and out, that know them personally, that treat them in a different way than, you know, a big corporation like Costco would. I think it's important to keep local businesses in mind and making sure we know that people here have families, they have bills to pay, the people they employ. They didn't cut one person during the COVID time period. Every single person was stayed, and you know, they kept their checks. So, you know, I think it's very important for us to understand that as a community, we should think about local businesses and not think about big corp out there that doesn't really need assistance during this time. So we would appreciate if you think about small businesses in the area. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, guys. Okay, so next we have Damoon. You can speak when you're ready.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, council members, for staying up till this late hour to hear our concerns. I'd like to echo what every single caller so far has mentioned, and that I'd like to voice my strong opposition to the Costco gas proposition. I'm actually an avid Costco shopper myself. My family and I visit that Costco location very often. The intersection, like many folks have already mentioned, is often very congested. And as the Costco presenter himself mentioned, this will only be worsened with the introduction of a Costco gas station. Even though they did talk about putting a light in, I think there's no doubt in anyone's mind that traffic will certainly increase, and this will bring with it more air pollution, more noise pollution, and other health concerns for the local people actually living there. I think towns like Concord and Antioch, who do have Costco gas, you know, those types of towns, you know, might need more traffic and business in their city with any means necessary. But I think Danville and San Ramon are different, you know, at least in my eyes. I also, as the Costco presenter mentioned, Costco gas only sells gas. You know, as a resident, we all already have many gas options within just a few blocks and less than a mile radius of that location. And as far as urban planning is concerned, I'd much rather see a business enter this property that'll create jobs and bring meaningful employment with it and bring services with it that are much needed in our town, instead of yet another gas station with only, as the Costco presenter mentioned, one Costco trained attendee that's on site. So thank you for hearing our concerns.
Thank you. Okay, next is Callie Alvarez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for waiting this long and allowing us to speak. I strongly oppose this this project. I live just by Costco at Fostoria Terraces. There's already a lot of noise we hear from Costco, especially now. They, you know, there's going to be just too much traffic. The congestion at the intersections will increase right near 680. There's just too much pollution. We're going to end up suffering quite a bit, and everything else that every other speaker has said, I echo their concerns. There are already too many gas stations, and I want to also remind the commission that with the clean air goals for California, we don't need any more gas stations here. It's going to hurt small businesses. It's going to hurt the neighborhood. And Livermore, anyway, is not too far away. It's just 10 miles from here. This business is not going to add any jobs. It's just not going to do anything for the community besides just add profit for the business, for Costco. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, next we have Kathy Kotulak.
Me all right, commissioners?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my suddenly been muted. I am a local San Ramon resident. I live at Canyon Lakes. I've lived in San Ramon for 35 years. I am a Costco carrying member, and I have worked in the petroleum industry for more than 40 years. I guess I have some questions that I'd like you to reflect on. And the first one is, why such a scale in a small community? 16 dispensers, 32 fueling positions. Your average large station out there today has 6 pumps or dispensers and 12. So it's 4 times the normal size. Demand by statewide numbers is down. Yes, San Ramon is growing, but you're adding fossil fuels in a demand decreasing industry. The UST, underground storage tank capacity at this site, is 120,000 gallons. That means that much fuel is on site every day. Normal site, large capacity, 36,000. You have 120,000 gallons of gas. This is a size that is usually reserved for jobbers, distributors who take fuel and take it to other sites for distribution. Several people have already mentioned the state's direction of banning fossil fuel vehicles, and city's direction here in San Ramon seems to be encouraging it. Air pollution has been brought up several times. I think the real issue with a school in the background there is Bay Area Air Quality Management District permit for 95,000 gallons a day. It's difficult to believe that that is even attainable. The impact on our health, safety, and general welfare of our community. I heard several of you mention that as far as your role as planning commissioners for San Ramon. It's a wonderful community, and we have to consider the health, safety, and general welfare of our community. Please keep it safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. All right, we are moving on. We have Sanjeev Patel. Whenever you're ready, you can start speaking.
All right, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
This Costco proposed gasoline service station with 32 positions will be the huge blow to all other gas stations that are located near San Ramon. not just the San Ramon, but nearing town like Danville and Dublin even. Let me show you some comparison of the small neighborhood gas station versus this gas station. Average gas station has about 4 pumps with 100,000 gallons per month they are pumping and getting about 15,000 customers every month and employing anywhere from 4 to 10 employees. This Costco station will pump 2.5 million gas every month. More than 250,000 customers will come every single day, and they will employ grand total of employing 3 employees for the gas. So you have 150 employees who are employed by small businesses versus this company is going to do that for 3 people. We heard some timing about idling. Average customer spends 4 minutes to fill up the gas. Costco, we all have been to. How many people are waiting in front of you? If you have a 4 cars waiting in front of you, that's 20 minutes of idling time per customer. You do the math, how much CO2 is emitted by those idling time. On top of that, 400 trucks every month will be needed to deliver that 250,000 gallon of 2.5 million gallon of gas. So when you add all of this, if somebody is telling that there is no CITYWALK needed, I had to add 1,000 square foot building in Berkeley, and I had to go through CITYWALK. And here they are building a brand new gas station with this much traffic, and city is saying there is no CITYWAK needed. It's categorically not required. Something is wrong. And I remember Commissioner Mark saying in one meeting once that San Ramon is not some Central California city. We are the San Ramon. Looks like the standard is going down. Pleasanton is in the lawsuit with Costco Gas. And based on that, Hayward has decided not to approve Costco gas station. And looks like San Ramon is going completely in opposite direction. We all agree small business is lifeblood of America. And I'm sure you all believe in importance of small business. This is your opportunity to show how much you care for small business. Let big box business know that for San Ramon, these are not just hollow words, but we believe in power of small business and we will support them. Please reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we are going to need another extension before 12 o'clock. We can do a half-hour extension at a time.
Okay.
We still have several more speakers to go.
How many, do we have an estimate? How many more?
We have about 6.
Oh, okay. Okay, can we have a motion to continue another half hour?
So moved.
Second.
Do we have a roll call?
Okay, hold on just a second. We had mover Commissioner Marks.
Aye.
We had seconder Vice Chair Kuznick.
Aye.
Commissioner Alpert is away, and we had Commissioner Frank.
Aye for at least this extension.
And Chair Wallace.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I'll go ahead and just carry right along if Chair Wallace, you're okay with that?
If you would wait 1 second.
Sure.
We've had, my count, 13 speakers tonight, most of whom have said pretty much the same thing. It would hurt small businesses. We don't need more gas stations in San Ramon, and the gas fumes will be a health problem. If you have the same comments to make, I would appreciate, and so would my fellow commissioners, that you basically just say, I agree with the other speakers, and we don't need to hear the same comments 6 different times. So I would ask those of you, and I appreciate your staying up, but brevity is the soul of wit, and we would appreciate some brief comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So Don Medey is next. You can speak when you're ready. Hi, Don. Can you hear us?
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Don Mayday. I'm a retail fueling and convenience retailing consultant, as well as a Costco customer. I'd like to talk about two things this evening, or two aspects of this project. The first is traffic generation, and and second, I was going to go into a little bit of the impact on existing retailers. And I agree that it's going to be a substantial impact. Costco projects the annual sales of this facility to be 35.5 million gallons, which equates to 94,520 gallons per day, which is more than most existing gas stations across the country do in a day, or do in a month, to give you some scale. At an average fill of 10 gallons, it equates to 3,450,000 vehicles per year that will go to this site and leave this site. That's 9,452 vehicles per day, and 540 vehicles per operating hour, the hours that they're open. And that doesn't include peak hours. That's just if you take it over the entire thing. The traffic analysis provided stated that there would be no significant impacts on traffic, and that doesn't make any sense based on these numbers. And in order to arrive at this conclusion, the consultants that were hired by Costco reduced the number of vehicles or trips generated by this project by subtracting customers that would also visit the store as well as the fueling facility. And it's based on the assumption that customers would be going to the store anyway. The problem with this assumption is that it does not take into consideration the number of new club members and number of additional trips to the store that are generated because of the fueling being added at the location. Costco makes most of its profit on club membership fees. Clearly, they would not be making this investment if they did not expect to gain more members and more store sales as a result. Additionally, the traffic analysis also says that the majority of the fuel sales at this facility will come from existing fuel retailers. And that's because Costco regularly sells fuel at prices below what traditional retailers can even buy it for. They use fuel sales as a way to drive membership and store growth. And the shift, this shift will obviously have a major impact on the viability of other fuel retailers. I urge you to dig in deeper into the impacts of this project and that it will have on traffic as well as other retail businesses, and as others have said as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, we have our next speaker, Sefer, S-E-P-E-H-R. Hopefully I didn't.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak and for extending the time beyond midnight here. In the spirit of brevity, I'll try to keep it short, but I do think some things are worth repeating, especially when they affect the lives of so many people. So I'd like to comment in opposition to the proposal. I'm a longstanding member of the community and a physician, not a small business or a gas station owner. And I believe that we need to prioritize the most vital needs, the health and the character of our community. We should always ask ourselves, what can we add to the community in this space to actually improve people's quality of life, not replace more human jobs that we need more than ever with automation. Traditional gas stations employ and support employees and their families rather than one attendant at Costco at a mega station supervising 32 pumps. This supports small business owners, which we need more than ever. Earlier commentators did mention healthcare concerns, safety concerns, and how other adjacent businesses and services will be affected. So I don't think another gas station fits this description and is necessary. We should think towards other businesses that are more vital to our community's flourishing. Anyone who stood in the Costco mega station line knows what the wait feels like, how much traffic there is, how much congestion there is. That's surely going to come to the community. The last thing I'll mention, that the applicant in his presentation had a slide that said that there are no endangered species in the project area, but I do worry that small businesses are becoming increasingly rare, and they're a dying species that will be endangered. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Reza Mahmoudi.
Hello, good evening, planning commissioners and staff. I know it's been a long night, so I will try not to repeat anything that anybody has in the past few talks. So I am a business owner local to San Ramon. I am a San Ramon resident as well. I live in Canyon Lakes. I plan to live here probably for the rest of my life because I love this place. I moved here from San Francisco, and it's probably one of the best moves I've made. And I'm starting to fall in love with the city really quickly. So, and I've lived here for 2 years, and my family has lived here for the last 10 years. So I've kind of lived here for like 12 years now with a small little break in San Francisco. And the population in this area is growing very dramatically. We have a lot of development down Sahara. We have a lot of development up there on the hill in San Ramon. We have so many things going on here with this city walk plan as well, all that residential going on there. And with all this population growth, we're looking at Costco today, and it's already congested with that amount of traffic there. Add in all these new residential units, and in 15 years or 10 years, what are we going to give to my kids or your grandkids? We're going to be giving them a Costco that we didn't really look in 10 years into the future. Or that's just going to be a rundown facility that we have to end up figuring out what to redevelop it with in 15 years with what Gavin Newsom's saying. It doesn't seem like it fits into the model or into the future of San Ramon in any way. When you look at it as traffic, as population, you guys are fighting over 40 acres worth of parks, and we want to put a 16 pump mega station right in the heart of San Ramon, off of the freeway, off of that almond orchard or that walnut orchard that's trying to become a park. And I don't see how bringing all the pollution and all the cars all the way from Alamo down to Castro Valley, down Camino Sahara, down to Pleasanton, and centering it down into Costco and Danville is going to help our community, help our population, and help the future generations to come. Costco is well within their right. They're a well-run company with a good culture with their employees, but they're thinking about how to increase their bottom line and the most amount of money they can make, and which is okay for them. But as the city, as the planning commissioners, as anybody, you guys are supposed to be protecting the community and everybody here. So we're looking to you guys, hopefully, to make the right decision on this. And as I said, I'll keep it short. So have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on. We have Mehdi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, good evening, Planning Commission. I'm going to keep this brief. I oppose the Costco gas station, and my family actually owns a gas station very close to the Costco, the proposed Costco mega station. And with COVID coming and affecting us, it's taken our sales down over 30% already. And I know that's happened with all the gas stations in the area. Costco is going to create traffic, and they're just going to kill all of the small businesses around them. And I really hope you guys can think about a better use for that area instead of having a gas station with one employee. The current Office Depot, there employs many more people. And if they're on their way out, then I'm sure any other person, any other option we consider for there will have more employees, many more employees. And this gas station will only cause all of the local businesses to suffer and lay off the employees that they've been keeping through this hard time. So please, I ask you guys to oppose this gas station. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Steve.
Is it Steve McDermott? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I've lived at Fostoria Terrace here since it was brand new, 1991. And we have small starting families here. We have people that have kids that will be breathing all these fumes. I ask you ladies who are here tonight, who are here on the Zoom call, if you'd raise your hand if you'd like to find out that you're pregnant and you'd be raising your child and doing prenatal care a little over 500 feet from 32 gas pumps. Can you raise your hand on that one? Gentlemen, would you like to raise your children 500 feet from those pumps you're proposing? I don't think anyone does. It's absolutely not necessary. Is everyone hearing me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. It's not necessary. Okay. And I looked at that report. I don't know who put it together, but it looks like it was bought off a shelf because it doesn't seem to be accurate. There's a lot of assumptions, and you know what they say about assumptions. They make an ass out of you and me. There's assumptions about classes of cars. They're making assumptions that the delivery of the gasoline will be made by heavy duty trucks. Now, we all know that those are going to be huge gas tankers. And there's a lot of other inconsistencies in there that make assumptions that are completely wrong. And people here, I don't know, I see Alicia Poon there, Assistant City Attorney. People are going to be, getting health issues. Is Sarah Moon willing to endure those lawsuits? These are human beings here. I don't know where we're going with this. I don't know what people are thinking these days. But I urge you to do the right thing here. Not just now, but in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner or Chair Wallace, there have been a few who've added on here since we initially had the 6. There's 3 left. Are you okay just moving through them?
Sorry, I had to unmute. There's 3 left.
Yes.
I'm sure they'll be very brief. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, Della Fernandez, you can speak.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And just to say that, I was on here since 7. It's just that the internet got cut off. And so I have to raise my hand again, which means that it's added on, but it's not. So I wanted to say, first of all, when I came in here, I didn't think I'd have much hope with just my voice. So I'm very encouraged to hear so many people here. But what gave me more hope was to hear how you guys, the Planning Commission, just worked so hard at the previous issues and did it so beautifully that I thought, gosh, you will hear us out. You will hear us out. So that really encouraged me. So I want to be brief, but I want to say I am a resident, a happy neighbor of Costco most of the time because I'm advantaged. I take advantage of the fact that I have a store that close to me, but there are a lot of negatives being the neighbor. So I am impacted by after-hour truck deliveries, a generator noise going on every night, power washing equipment going on all through the night, constant flow of traffic and noise, industrial noises of the auto shop where I can hear what they're speaking right in my home, bright lights in the parking lot after Costco got robbed. So all of that light seeps through the windows. And this is just a few of the things, but we still live amicably through that. What I can't just accept is such a huge gas station so close to Fostoria Terraces of Danville. We're a 165 home unit, mostly starter families and retiring people, and a lot of young people who want access to the schools close by. I watch many parents come in the morning to drop their kids off so they can bike on the Iron Horse Trail. That small piece of street that exists on Fostoria Way will not be adequate In fact, we'll risk the kids who are biking to school. And that would be such a major issue for San Ramon City if we've had accidents in that area when kids are biking to school in the morning with that much of people in a hurry trying to get their gas and get out to go to work as well. I also won't repeat all the health issues that everybody has talked about with that much benzene in the air, but Livermore is only 10 miles away, and I have waited 20 minutes sometimes just to fill gas idling my car at Livermore. So we don't need that in San Ramon for one, and Livermore 10 miles away people can definitely go to Livermore for their gas. And just as the gentlemen have said before, there's 7 gas stations literally within under 2 miles and reasonably priced. So there is no benefit to have Costco here, Costco's gas station here close by. The other piece I also wanted to say is we barely got any notice about this. When Costco was redoing—
Ella, your time is up, so you can wrap it up.
Okay, thank you for letting me speak, but I just wanted to say we didn't get enough notice. They were redeveloping Costco's, making changes to the structure. We had a lot of notice, but with this one, we got no notice at all. So if you're not saying nay to this, at least give us time to let you know how we really, really feel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Michael M.
Hello, hello. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Yeah, so like some others, I too have been here since 7 p.m. and I'll be the first voice to represent the opposite position. I'm a local resident and a Costco executive member, and like many other speakers that have hopped on the call, I too shop at this Costco. While I'm empathetic to the local gas stations, the existing fuel stations are among the highest price per gallon in the Tri-Valley area. They are gouging their customers that they say they care about and are pointing to safety and health concerns to keep this project away. It's obvious multiple members from the same business owners have voiced their concern. Over 1,000 members, Costco members, excuse me, have already signed a petition, and I implore their voices to be heard. Costco has diligently researched the project, proven there are already countless stations and ability to run safe and efficient fueling stations, and are prepared to provide the most safe and efficient fueling experience for the community. The area is already mixed commercial use and in line with the look and feel of the immediate area, and the development of the area should come at no surprise to residents of the Fostoria Terrace community. Our community needs more affordable fuel. Myself and many others find themselves fueling before coming back home to the San Ramon area. Please approve this project and help our community save money on the cost of transportation in the financial crunch of affording to live in this expensive area. Thanks.
Thanks, Michael. All right, and our last commenter, Mahmood, you may go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much for taking my call, and I hope I'm the last one to comment. I'll make it brief. I agree with all the previous commentators who were in opposition to this project. I've lived here in the city of San Ramon for 20 years plus with my family and 2 disabled children. We chose this city for the quality of life, schools, clean air, safe neighborhood. We are seriously concerned that Costco gas will change the quality of life from all aspects. From business aspect to negatively impacting the small businesses, neighborhoods, overall community, jobs, pollution, all things concerned. So I ask my family, my neighbors, our friends who live in this city are extremely concerned. We ask the commission to please give this a careful consideration, not to approve. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Chair Wallace, it looks like one other person put their hand up. I'm going to let you make the call.
All right, last person.
Okay, Dennis, you'll be the last person to speak and you can start whenever you'd like. Hi, Dennis, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dr. No here. It's nice to see you guys all this time. I only wish you could see me, my long flowing white hair. You're missing a treat. I won't talk forever. You know, this is where I live. Fostoria overpass is something I actually helped pay for with my taxes for 15 years. Just a couple of things. The traffic we would get from Costco, all I can see is every time they fill up the Costco parking lot, they're going to come over and buy gas. We do not live in a fuel desert. We have 7 gas stations within 5 minutes walking. And there is no idling. You go in, you get your gas, and there's absolutely no idling at all. So I know everyone has been saying this. I appreciate that. But one thing, hearing these people talking, I do think that nobody can compete with Costco. And these 7 other gas stations are going to go out of business. You just cannot compete with them. And I think as far as the general public, I think that should be a consideration. We will talk again. Thank you for letting me come on.
Thanks, Dennis.
You're welcome.
Is that the last speaker?
All right, that's it. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, commissioners, you get to talk now. So Commissioner Kuznick, why don't you go?
Well, in listening to the comments, I would say that one of the things that we might suggest to the applicant is that, that the number of pumps might be something that they need to reconsider, that it might in fact be a bit of overkill to have 32 pumps. But, I think we heard, in both conditions, both situations, positive and negative. And I'm sure we'll, when we carry this on to another meeting, be able to get more into it. Thank you. I'll be brief.
Okay, Commissioner Marks or Commissioner Frank?
Howard, do you want to go?
Oh, sure. So first of all, my brain is pretty fried right now. And I have to say that, that was an impressive presentation from the community. I shared some of those concerns. Maybe I wasn't as articulate in my own mind as some of the things I heard. I believe that the issues are important enough to not rush this through to some sort of a vote this evening, especially I'm only speaking for myself now. I'm not going to be doing my best work post midnight, especially after the cutting edge discussions we just had on the CITYWALK. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm wondering if there is an agreement amongst my fellow commissioners to move this to another date to have more deliberation that I think is deserving of the issues raised. And by the way, I think Commissioner Kuznick raises a good point. It seems that this may be an issue with scope. Number one. Number two is a secondary question of what's the proper review for the Planning Commission when we're talking about scope. To me, it does seem like a land use issue. But these are all the meaty questions I'd like to get into when I'm a little bit sharper. So with that, I would like to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say.
Mr. Marks?
Well, let me first of all say that I understand that the hour is late, but these people have stayed up late with us. And I'm in the comfortable spot that I'm retired and I don't have to get up at 5 in the morning or 6 in the morning and get on the freeway. But I do feel for people who came out and are likely to say the same thing 2 weeks from now or a month from now. My general feeling about this is, first of all, and Alicia, you may want to correct me, but I remember reading some legal cases years back that made it not about a Costco gas station, but a similar situation where the ruling was zoning is not an anti-competition mechanism. You don't have the right to say, from a business standpoint, you're competing with smaller businesses or businesses that we want to protect, so long as the use is compatible with the city's general plan in other ways. And so, while I personally don't like these mega gas stations, I don't know that we can say we're going to find that the impact on other businesses is unacceptable. I don't think that's legal. If I'm wrong, please correct me, but I do believe that's what the law says. But for me, that's not the issue. For me, the issue really is we have a land use conflict here between the residential that's here and the impact of all these cars that are going to be coming and all the truck deliveries. And while the layout of the site is fine, the canopy is fine, on site, it seems to me it works. It's the impact to the overall neighborhood that is of concern to me. I don't feel comfortable saying that there's not going to be a traffic problem. This may be a little cynical and maybe I'm tired, but I have learned over the years that what a traffic engineer thinks is a traffic problem and what other people think is a traffic problem are not always the same. I think that it is too large, and I don't think whittling it down to 25 pumps is really the issue. I think it is just a land use that is too intense for the location where it is, based on traffic and likely impacts that I think are going to happen, and impacts to residential that's there. And while that residential is in Danville and not in San Ramon, and isn't from a strictly legal standpoint our concern, it is. I mean, these are people. These are people who have invested their lives and they're probably their largest financial investment in an area that I just don't see not being affected in a detrimental way by the Costco gas station. I'm a Costco member. I go there on occasion. So it's not like I might not ever use something like that, though it's unlikely. I just think it's the wrong land use on something like that. But here's the rub, and here's what makes it a difficult decision. We now live in a world where online shopping is increasingly taking brick and mortar stores out. And Costco is a company that's in trouble. Since 2018, they've been trying to restructure, and they are in some trouble. They're very much the same as lots of businesses that are brick and mortar bound and can't make it as well as they used to. The margin of profit is just not there. This is the first of what we are going to be faced with in San Ramon, where large buildings are no longer able to attract tenants because of their size, because of the way people tend to shop. And what are we going to do with them? What are we going to do with these buildings? In this instance, unless there's better evidence that there really isn't going to be a significant impact on the neighborhood, which I don't see right now, it would be difficult for me to approve this project. I know the city is looking for a use that's on that property that will work. And I'm not saying in other locations, abandoning a large building might not be what we have to do. But in this instance, I just think that all the trucks, all the traffic is going to be problematic. I know that I have waited at the intersection of Camino Ramon and Fostoria. For 5 or 6 cars ahead of me trying to make the turn, the left turn from Camino Ramon onto Fostoria. Imagine what it's like when you've got 32 pumps that potentially are going. It just feels like the neighborhood is not going to do well with this kind of a use. And I don't know where a better location in town would be for a mega gas station, but I'm not convinced that this is the right location. If having more hearings is likely to show me that I'm wrong, that's fine. I don't need to hear from the same 20 people that they oppose it. I have taken notes. I know that they oppose it. I'd like to see evidence that the neighborhood is not going to be damaged by this. And the air quality study that we saw something about, I don't know that a lot of people really know how to read an air quality study and come up with an accurate assessment. And ultimately, for me, that's not the biggest issue. So I'm very, at this point, I'm not inclined to favor the project. But if the commission wants to hold another meeting or several meetings, I would simply ask that the neighborhood be focused on, and what's the impact on the neighborhood from the standpoint of people living there, families being there, children being there, and what's the impact on even the property values of the residential in that area.
Commissioner Kuznick, you want to add anything?
Oh, I think, Commissioner Marks makes some good points. I will say that, one of the things that as we are, to your point about brick and mortar stores, in replacing one store that is kind of failing with a business that will be generating income in terms of sales tax and dollars for the city of San Ramon, is also an important benefit. And, we know that the city itself has had its own impacts with COVID and generating their income. So while that is farther down the road, that's a consideration for me in terms of certainly land use. And I was trying to think of where there's other gas stations with housing, where to make a comparison, but at 1225, kind of drawing a blank at it.
Okay. I don't think too many good decisions are made after midnight. And unless someone knows something I don't know, an immediate decision probably isn't necessary. And I feel for the people who've stayed up all night and to talk about this. They've had a wonderful introduction to community planning by staying with us. I think, I'm not sure that a continuance is going to change what the people over in Fostoria Terrace are going to say or what they're going to say or how. However, I went down there. I'm familiar with the area, but I went because I wanted to see the entrances that were talked about. I can tell you that at least 2 of the entrances I don't think are really a good idea. They go through Extended Stay America. I'm not sure that the entrance at the beginning of the Office Depot is so great either. And I'm not sure you want to come down Crow Canyon Place and make a right, go through the entire Magnolia Square Shopping Center by Petco to get to a gas station. Is it huge? Yeah, of course it is. I have some questions about the queuing they have there. It certainly can, I think it's compatible with, certainly with the zoning it is. However, I think I would like to hear from our city traffic engineer, frankly. I don't know what we can do about the carb person to talk about emissions. However, um, unless there's some really urgent reason to make a decision tonight, I would propose that we continue the hearing for a reasonable period of time and get some additional information. It may or may not change our views, but it probably will allow us to articulate a little bit better why we made a decision. So maybe Commissioner Frank could make a motion to continue the hearing to an appropriate date. Although he has to unmute himself. Okay.
Well, I would ask Debbie or Lauren when in the schedule we think this would be appropriate to come back. And I think, obviously I think we're dark on the 3rd of November, and I think I heard the 17th is pretty packed. No, it's not packed?
No. So the 3rd is an option, but I got the sense that the 4 commissioners in front of me right now are not available. So November 17th is fine. The Bridges golf course is on that agenda.
Okay, so we could add this, and all right. Now, having been given that information, I'm not exactly sure. I'll let Chair Wallace weigh in on what he thinks would happen on that date, but I'm okay making a motion that we continue further deliberations and discussions on this specific item for 11/17.
What I think will happen, I'm sure that we go through the Bridges, that's 2 hours right there. It'll be another long meeting, but I don't think it'll be after 12:30. Let's put it that way.
Could we specify that this be considered first before the other one, or is there an order that
Well,
things
I
get
would
put
say,
on the agenda?
I would say, first of all, let's wait and make sure that the other matters can be heard on the 17th. They've already been in front of us before, so they're actually a little bit earlier in the docket. So
you can reorder the agenda however you feel fit.
Oh, that's right. We could actually move to do that day up, right?
we can. Okay.
Okay.
So the 17th is available. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll renew it, but I will move to continue this matter to the 17th of November.
Shanae is raising his hand. I'm sure it's not
Through
because
the chair.
Yes.
I would like to have the applicant say a few words before you make the motion.
Okay, I'll suspend the motion. Mr. Anderson, do you want to say something?
Yeah, thank
Sorry.
you. For,
so sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Before we move to motion, we would like to just address a few of the key items that came up tonight. I also have our traffic engineer, Amy Lopez, on the line, who might be able to provide some additional insight for the commission to take away with regards to some of the traffic impact concerns that were raised. So I'd ask that she be promoted to panelist as well to be available to speak.
Through the chair, if we're going to have additional dialogue, we need a motion to extend for another half hour.
Okay, we need a motion to do that.
So moved.
Okay. We have a second?
Okay, I'll second.
Roll call.
Okay, we have mover Commissioner Marks,
Aye.
seconder Vice Chair Kuznick,
Yes.
and Commissioner Frank,
Reluctant aye.
and Chair Wallace.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Don't take it
Okay.
personally, you guys.
Yeah, don't take it personal.
No, we appreciate the time and the effort. I understand everyone's getting tired at this point. So I'll try to make some of my points brief and not get as into the weeds on all the comments we received tonight, and then let Amy provide her piece. I think the main point we wanted to add to the dialogue tonight was with respect to the economic impact that has come up throughout many of the comments, and just to reiterate that that is something that Costco has looked into and studied to try and make sure that they understand what their impact is in the communities where they are, where they're putting new facilities. And in a recent study that was conducted for another site around the Hayward area, the economic impact was deemed to be minimal, and that local businesses were not closing down permanently. And instead, it was perhaps a small dip in impacts, but that those businesses were able to recover within a reasonable amount of time. So again, if the motion is to continue, that is something we can certainly provide more insights on next time around. Otherwise, as I said, I'm not going to go too much into some of the other concerns specifically about air quality, because I could go all night myself. But I might just pass it over to Amy Lopez to provide a few comments regarding some of the traffic and transportation comments. Amy, I believe you're on mute.
No, she's not on mute, but she's not getting the sound
It's
out.
her own computer.
Oh,
Oh, keep going. Nope.
Now.
Try again.
We could kind of hear you. I think it's a little delayed though.
Okay, how about now?
Okay, you're good.
All right. Well, I apologize for that. I guess before I respond to really any of the matters that were raised by the community members this evening, I'd ask if the commissioners are interested in hearing more from us tonight in response to those things, given the hour, or not. I'm happy to provide a little food for thought in response to some of the matters raised. I'm also happy to hang on to that until we see one another again in a few weeks. So if you would like to hear from me, I'm happy to speak tonight, but it's not a problem for me to wait. What does the commission prefer?
Well, I'll tell you what I would prefer. We show up next time with your earphone intact. That's what I would suggest. Now, you're the traffic person?
Yes, I'm Amy Lopez with Kittleson and Associates.
Okay, that's fine, because I'd like to have our traffic engineer present next time, and that might be a more fruitful conversation.
That would be fine.
Okay. So we have made a motion to continue the hearing to the 17th. Do I have a second?
I'll second that one.
Okay, roll call, please.
Okay, we have mover Commissioner Frank,
Aye.
seconder Vice Chair Kuznick.
Aye.
We have Commissioner Marks
Aye.
and Chair Wallace,
Aye.
and Commissioner Alpert has recused himself.
Right. Okay, we have dealt with item 10.1. We have no items, non-public hearing action items. Study sessions. Is there someone who is absolutely dying to give us a report?
Not dying.
That's right, that's right. Okay. In which case, thank you, and I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.
And